Alright, I'm live. Now going live message. Then we will get started with Tyrion Cuthbert, attorney of the Arcane. I know the sound's not going right now. It doesn't like to play when I'm off screen, apparently. Gotta get this posted. Alright, there we go. Okay, so from what I know, supposed to be somewhat like Ace Attorney, but with magic. Also, as far as I know, there's not much voice acting. I think like only a few things are. So I will try to voice characters. That's it. Let's get started. Oh. I guess I can, yeah, I can do different cases, but start with case 1. A cold-hearted aristocrat. In the kingdom of Wyverngard, there was a gulf between what was lawful and what was just. Artificery ran in the houses of the aristocrats. Disease and vermin ran through the homes of the common folk. People suffered, people died. Also, the mages of the nobility could keep their plates full and their lives comfortable. Nevertheless, they still wanted us to have the illusion of hope. They challenged us to win, leaving out the fact that they were the ones setting the rules. Many just threw up their hands, and no one could blame them. You could never lose if you never played. Reese Rudolph. Occupation servant, age 34, arcane art none. And maybe I should use controller for this. I see there's little controller controls there. I was transporting a client in my carriage that evening. We were driving by the McCoy Tavern when we heard a disturbance. Worried that something was amiss, I walked into the establishment to see what the commotion was about. That was when I saw the defendant, lit by the blue glow of the dining room lights. She had stabbed Flintheart, and her sword was shining with magical energy. Objection! Alright, Tyrion Cuthbert here. Occupation, defense attorney, age 20, arcane art none. Mr. Rudolph, you testified that you saw my client murdering the victim, and you supposedly saw her casting magic while doing so. Yes, I could never forget it. It was burned into my memory. I see. It's funny you say that. What? Because your entire testimony was a complete lie! What? What are you trying to imply, Mr. Cuthbert? Arya Steelwind, prosecutor, age 18, arcane art, evocation. Steelwind, think about the state of the crime scene. The witness couldn't have seen anything, much less a homicide. Maybe their rules and institutions were impossible. Maybe I was just a grain of sand trying to stand against an ocean. But I would never stop rising, no matter how many times they tried to drown me. I would do it again and again if it meant I could give hope to even one person. That was why I fought. The Chad, Tyrion, Cuthbert. Sweat was soaking through my suit. The air of the countryside was choking me. Oh, morning, Tyrion. How's it go? I fumbled with the leather reins, tugging at them tightly. Don't. Wait, is the horse actually talking? Occupation horse. Age 5, arcane art none. Do good, excellent, excellent. Animals were funny like that. You'd never know it, but they were constantly making their objections known. I'd caught many complaints like that from my eye, of course. Oh? Ruby Timora. Attorney, age 46, arcane art none. Cuthbert, keep the carriage steady. Mentor and legal guardian. She raised me after my mother was killed and taught me everything I know about being an attorney. Yes, Miss Timora. My mentor barely looked up from her runestone. She was staring at some magical projections. Probably some court files from a case she was working on. I stared longer than I should have. I just passed the legal certification exam, which only meant that a runestone of my own was coming my way. I just had to prove myself, and this trip was the perfect opportunity. Dissidence was brewing in the countryside, and we were on our way to meet with one of the voices of the revolution. There you go. Emotional trauma music. I mean, this isn't very traumatic. This is quite peaceful. The village we were driving to was nearly at the edge of the eastern border, far from the capital city in the kingdom's center. Here we ran the risk of running into the military forces deployed to silence voices like his. Whoever this Flintheart McCoy was, Miss Timora's business with him must have been worth all this trouble. Oh, that. But why, though? And also, put it in the wrong channel. Miss Timora, maybe you should switch with me. And what would you learn if I did that? Maybe I was worried about nothing. Practical experience was always a key part of learning whatever she was involved. Why else would she sit quietly there, immersed in her court files? Video. I mean, technically, I guess. But it's music. There's no video to it. Just a picture and music. I don't know. It just bothers me when people put stuff in the wrong channel. I don't know. I'm just being nitpicky. As a child. Ah! Did that rock just scream out in pain? I grabbed the reins and pulled them with everything I had. The horses slowed to a stop. The child was lying face down in the dirt. A puddle of red was pooling under her. Bruh. Did we just run over a small child? Scaled Lord. I wasn't sure what to do. I wished I'd never procrastinated reading those first aid books. I looked to my mentor. She'd approached the scene quietly and slowly. Her eyes went to the child, then to the surrounding forest. She seemed to be searching for something. She was wearing the same expression she used when inspecting a crime scene. Why would a kid be out in the middle of nowhere? Miss Timora? I say we keep driving and never speak of this again. What a good mentor. Yeah, let's just do a hit and run. Maybe listen fast. I guess. I could see that. Miss Timora, he's just a child. Oh? Oh, the pain. I can see the light. Yeah, I know what you mean. That is what I was referring to. What do I... Where the hell is he? That was his cue. Oh, okay, it's like that's her thoughts. Ah, okay, so it's probably the Eye of Horus thing. So, what about these... There's 4 faces up top. Oh, okay. I guess I'm not supposed to do anything. Oh, I guess it's showing her emotion. Okay, so it shows emotion and their thought. Okay. Let's see if I'm serious about it. Yeah. I caught a puzzling thought through my Eye of Horus. Late to his cue, a man clad in plate armor leaped out of some nearby bushes and stumbled towards us. He planted his feet firmly on the ground in front of us, puffing out his chest. By the scaled lord, look what you've done! Scaled lord? I think I can see him. My family, who all died of the plague in 589. They're also there. Her lines were historically accurate. This guy's panicking. Damn it, Alma. Mentioning that plague is overkill. This poor child. He's dead because of you. This is a serious crime. The fine is 10, no, 20 gold pieces. Look at that carriage. They're probably the aristocrats visiting the House of Peers. Happy? Okay. 20 gold pieces? The average sentence for vehicular manslaughter was 2 years of imprisonment. Obtained evidence vehicular manslaughter. In the Kingdom of Wyverngard, the average sentence for vehicular manslaughter is 2 years of imprisonment. There is no fine. I'll have no choice but to arrest you unless you can pay this fine. Oh, that's what this is. I side-eyed the child, apparently named Alma. I spotted tiny tomato seeds in her pool of blood. Ah, okay. Classic tomato. You might want to call someone to retrieve Alma's body, then. Her eyes opened, and her head whipped up to look at me. We locked eyes for a second before her head fell back to the ground. I looked to my mentor again, but she just leaned her head and gestured toward the 2 con artists. It appeared that I was being given another learning opportunity. I couldn't complain, though. I didn't appreciate being treated like an easy mark. Oh, okay. Arguments. You've started an argument! Defeat your opponent by lowering their confidence. Picking the correct options will do damage to your opponent. However, picking the wrong options will do damage to your confidence. Use context and clues to determine which option to pick. Anyways, what will it be? We take him to the barracks. Will you pay your fine, or do we need to sort this out at the barracks? During arguments, you'll sometimes be asked to pick one from 3 possible dialogue responses. The correct dialogue will depend on the context of your opponent's claim and their psychological profile. Seems extremely many mistakes. Alright. I feel like that's probably better than being too difficult. Certainly, why don't you bring us back your barracks? Guess we can spare that much gold. Obviously, it's just an accident. Can't you overlook this? I call your bluff. Certainly. Why don't you bring us back to your barracks? But it is strange that you'd bring us to your barracks instead of the dungeons. You'll also probably want to call your unit to escort us. After all, it'd be dangerous for one knight to transport 2 criminals by himself. Shut up! Don't think you can talk your way out of this. When people 2 milkmen go comedy? What? 2 milkmen go comedy? What? Pay the fine for your crimes. Are you seriously going to make me take you in? Just pay the damn fine. During arguments, you'll sometimes be asked to present pieces of evidence in response to a claim. Look at your opponent's claim carefully and present the item that contradicts it. Okay. Can I, like, select a person? That'd be funny. Anyway. Vehicular manslaughter. Oh, right button, present evidence. Anagram for Welcome to My Kingdom. Oh, it's a reference to another game. Okay. Except a crime like this wouldn't involve a fine at all. What? Vehicular manslaughter has an average sentence of 2 years of imprisonment. With the death of a child, though, I could see the Crown pushing for more than that. Who the hell are you? I'm a defense attorney. I could recite every one of the kingdom's laws back to you. The knight looked nervously between Miss Timora and me. That's it. His hand shot to the rusty sword hanging from his side. He fumbled with it for a bit before pulling it out and waving it at us. I took a step back. My mentor put herself in front of me. Use violence if I have to. Enough talk. Give us the gold and I won't have to hurt either of you. During arguments, your eye of horse will show you your opponent's thoughts and emotions after they make a claim. Compare your opponent's thoughts to the claim to pick the correct option. Come on, give up. I can't move that well in this fake armor. Logic, intuition, or empathy? I don't know how we would logic this. I don't know. Well, I'm not... Using the opponent's thought contradicts the evidence. Using the opponent's thought contradicts their claim. Using the opponent's emotions contradict their claim. Okay. Probably intuition. The opponent's thought contradicts their claim. I stared at his plate armor. On a closer look, it seemed to be varnished wood, painted to give off a metallic sheen. I reached past his sword and knocked on his breastplate. It let out a hollow thunk instead of a resonant clang. I didn't know the kingdom was cutting back. Would this even protect you in a fight? Are you threatening me? With litigation, perhaps. I have a sword. You won't use it. Look, let's just cut the charade. It's not happening. Argument 1. Excuse me, sudden cough. Okay. Alma rose from the dead and began wiping the rotten, crushed tomatoes off her shirt. Tired of eating porridge. Okay, two different emotions. What are those emotions in particular? Like, I can see happy, I can see mad. I guess the blue one is sad? Or... And then... purple is... I don't know if that's like panic? Sorry, I thought that stuff about the plague would help. Don't worry about it. It's still morning. Someone else will come by. The road's been empty for days. What if they're the only ones? Happy, sad, angry, surprise. Ah, okay. Ace Attorney, there's happy, sad, angry, and surprise? Okay. Yeah, that's probably it then. The Kingdom of Wyverngard, established 613 years ago by the 7 High Archmages, ruled by King Olivier and the mages of his nobility. They'll often preach that our large kingdom was a land of prosperity and happiness, a nation where its people shared the wealth and succor created by its magic. Here. I took out a neatly wrapped sandwich from my satchel and held it out to Alma. Oh, what? You'll probably find this more filling than porridge. The man narrowed his eyes, appraising me like the knight he'd been impersonating. He snatched the wrapped sandwich from me, peeling back the bread to inspect its contents. His mouth salivated as he caught a whiff of the sliced deli meat. Is all out of control here? Probably, eventually. Probably be part of, or an important part of court battles. No poison to be found, apparently. He handed it to Alma, who eagerly began munching down on it. I was probably the first person to share any wealth or succor with them in a long time. Just tell me one thing. What gave it away? What do you mean? I spent a while sanding this armor down. I had to go through 3 attempts just to get it perfectly smooth. I even mixed the paint myself. It's got the sheen and everything. How do you know it was fake? I thought to myself for a while. You clearly went for woad, matter, and weld for your paint. I'm also guessing you used a touch of gall ink for the shadows. They're decent choices if you're trying to paint a shield, but they're useless if you're trying to mimic the complex nooks and edges of plate armor. He just blinked at me. Seriously? Plate doesn't tint that way. Real plate catches the ambient light in cold tones. Your mix was a little too warm. He shook his head, wide-eyed. Cuthbert, was that stuff about the paint really true? No, I just read it from his mind. Did you see the look on his face? I kind of understand why my mom enjoyed fortune-telling so much. She said nothing in response. Her eyes were locked on my satchel, now 1 meal short. I'll be fine. They've probably skipped a lot more meals than I have. In case you've forgotten, they were trying to scam us. If they really wanted to hurt anyone, they'd throw away that fake armor and just use the sword. We should be helping our fellow commoners, right? Isn't that why we practice law? Just don't expect me to share my lunch with you. I spent a good 15 minutes haggling for those sandwiches. Do we even need to haggle? It's a matter of principle. You give anyone an inch and they'll take a mile. We arrived at Cornhaven, but I smelled the stench before I even spotted the village. The smell of rotting meat and excrement hung in the air. I had to fight the urge to retch. But I did my best to swallow my disgust. I'd been begging Miss Tymora to take me on her outings for years. I couldn't show weakness now. Are you okay? I'm fine. I was just surprised. Did you expect the ruling lord to install modern plumbing in a village like this? I guess I never really thought about it. You'll get used to it once you've traveled more. This is just how things are in the outer regions. It really made me appreciate the clean and sanitary streets of the capital. There, the streets and homes were loaded with artificery. We had clean and running water. We had lights that didn't rely on oil and flame. And the evergreen beach. It was as if this village existed in a different time period. Wrong game. I sure hope there's nothing like that in this game. That'd be... yikes. I reprimanded myself. I wasn't above this. The people here were commoners, just like me. They only lived like this out of a lack of care from the kingdom. Take a left here. The tavern should be at the edge of town. If the reports are right, this should be the place. Is this really a meeting place for dissidents against the crown? Flintheart had done an amazing job of disguising their headquarters as a rundown shack. The tavern's been shut down for a few years. Nowadays, Flintheart McCoy just uses it to host his rallies. Hey, you lot! McCoy Tavern is closed! The dissident leader stormed toward our carriage as we parked. He had a roughness to him that matched the state of his tavern. He was practically growling at us with every word. He got close to Miss Tymora's face, his feet firmly planted on the ground. She was unflinching, of course, standing her ground as he leered at the two of us. I take it you're Flintheart McCoy? What's it to you? Occupation unemployed, age 52. Leader of a revolutionary faction in Cornhaven and the owner of the McCoy Tavern. He seems to have an extreme grudge against mages and the nobility, but that sentiment tends to be common nowadays. Sorry for not writing ahead of time, but my messages weren't getting through. I'm Ruby Tymora. I've been trying to get in touch with you, Flintheart. What? His eyes narrowed for a bit before widening in recognition of the name. Wait, Ruby Tymora? Why didn't you say so? Come on in. His tone flipped to jovial in an instant. Now it was as if he was greeting an old friend. I was surprised people out here even knew who she was. I'd have thought her infamy had only spread in the city. I guess he acknowledged her as an ally. They both had a common enemy, after all. Excuse the mess. We haven't exactly seen a lot of guests. It's fine. My mentor looked around warily as she brushed aside a spiderweb hanging in front of her. What brings you here? I doubt someone like you has anything to see out here. One of my clients has been trying to talk to you. We have a proposition that you'll be interested in. I raised my eyebrow at her. This was the first time I'd heard of this client. Is there anywhere we could talk in private? I've got a bunch of empty rooms upstairs. Perfect. Cuthbert, stay here for a moment. Don't you need my help? There's no need for that. How is there no need? The Eye of Horus could extract anything she needed from him. I I get the feeling that he's going to be overly reliant on the Eye of Horus. I wonder if that's going to cause him any problems. That glare overruled my objection before I could get it out. Without another word, they went up the stairs. I drummed my hands on the dusty table, looking around the tavern. It definitely had a lot of personality, if one counted dust and insects as character traits. Faint murmurs echoed from the ceiling, slightly stressed. It sounded like their conversation was becoming more frustrated. You know, I have a bad feeling about this. I brought out a small chessboard from my satchel. Even after a decade, it served me well. Chess could be played with one person, something that I had always taken advantage of. I had a match with the Duke of Commerce scheduled in a few months. I wasn't too worried about him, but I might as well take this opportunity. Checkmate. I lost again while playing as white. That was 3 times now. Oh, hello. Statistically, white was more likely to win. So why was I performing better as black? Was I becoming overconfident as white because it had an advantage? Hello? That very advantage could be affecting my choices and making me play suboptimally. Bruh, look at the girl in front of you. If a personal quirk was making me play like this, then I needed to identify and correct it. Hey! I nearly toppled out of my seat when she tapped me on the shoulder. She stepped back and flashed me a soft grin. Her body swayed playfully, amused by how flustered I was. Her posture was unguarded. It was as if she'd never felt threatened in her life. She was holding a large exotic sword in her right hand, but I barely even noticed it. As her warm and bright aura washed over me, it pulled away any tension and unease I might have felt. Sorry, I was distracted. You know the McCoy Tavern is closed, right? But if you're okay with keeping things off the books, I can prepare a room for you. No, that's fine. I'm just waiting for my mentor to finish speaking with Flintheart. Oh, someone's talking to my dad? Your dad? I'm Flintheart's daughter, Celeste. Celeste McCoy. Occupation mercenary, age 19. Arcane art transmutation. The only daughter of Flintheart McCoy. She's cheerful and sweet, and also a little intimidating. I'm Tyrion. Nice to meet you. Do you know when they'll be done? I wanted to show him something. The mumbling upstairs was becoming more frustrated. Celeste tilted her head as she looked at the ceiling, but she soon got distracted by my chessboard. Wait, this game is chess, isn't it? Are you playing against someone? Oh, I was playing by myself, actually. Oh. Playing alone helps me hone my strategies. Plenty of professionals do it. Hey, don't worry about it. I'm not the type to shame a man for playing with himself. Bruh. She just chuckled as she drank in my reaction. I looked away from her before clearing my throat. Have you ever played it before? I've read about it in some books a while ago. This room is always so dusty. Inviting herself, she sat down on the chair opposite mine. She brushed off some dust from the table with her sleeve and began setting up her side of the board. Where does the horse go again? Checkmate. It only took 2 moves. He'd fallen into a classic trap. I felt a little guilty, but my mentor always said that failure was the best teacher. Wait, what? Already? How did you do that? I decided against telling her the name of that mate. She just grumbled under her breath as we both moved our pieces back into place. So, what kind of business does your mentor have with my dad? Pulls me. Oh, okay. I see, that's why. Oh my. I'm honestly not sure. He doesn't really tell me much. I think it has something to do with his dissonance against the crown. Sorry, should I not be saying that out loud? It's fine. She stroked her chin as her hand moved and hesitated over each of her pieces. She hadn't realized that she'd been led into another trap. Here. She moved her knight into position to attack my queen. She'd blocked my initial assault on her king, but... Checkmate. A scholar's mate this time. What? How do you keep doing that? The more you play, the more you'll be able to recognize specific boards. You'll get the hang of it in time. He just glared at the board. I glanced at the ceiling. Miss Timora and Flintheart's argument was only getting worse. It didn't sound like they would be done anytime soon. I figured out what the problem is. Is it that you keep mobilizing your pieces without intention? It's food, Tyrion. I need food. He stood up and stomped toward the kitchen, but not before spinning around back to me. We're not done. Don't you dare leave. A few minutes later, she returned carrying a gigantic slab of cooked meat on a small plate. That doesn't look very cooked. I stared at it for a while, wondering if she was planning to eat all of that in one sitting. She began setting up her side of the board with one hand while holding a fork and knife in the other. She was somehow twirling both utensils in her right hand to switch between them. She delicately carved a small bit of meat with the knife before spinning to a fork to bring it to her mouth. She tilted her head at me and swallowed the bite whole. Hey, it's your move. Right. For someone who had never played before, she was quickly improving with each game. It took me a while before I even noticed, but she was adapting to my strategies and trying to use them against me. She caught me unaware a few times. At the rate she was learning, she could easily surpass a nationally ranked noble with enough practice. Checkmate. But I'd been playing this game far longer than she had, and I was ranked far above the average noble. She just narrowed her eyes at me. How are you always one step ahead of me? It's like you're reading my mind. I could, but I never allowed myself to when playing. I'll get you this time. She began placing the pieces back in place when my stomach groaned loudly. Celeste blinked at me, startled for a moment. Then she giggled. Excuse me. Have you eaten anything? No. Oh. She looked around for a moment before her eyes went to her slab of mystery meat. You want some of this? We have a lot. No, I couldn't possibly. My stomach reprimanded me with another loud rumble. Against my protests, she spun the knife in her hand and carved a bite of meat. She started to playfully wave the fork in front of my face expectantly. Do you have another fork?
Come on, don't be like that.
He's putting the moves on me. Help! I wanted to object, but I was too hungry to argue. I just bit down on the fork. That was when I felt quite the jarring texture. The meat was tough and fibrous. I had to constantly chew through the leathery sinew, lest I choke on it. I'd never tasted such a distinct, greasy tang before. I realized that I never actually asked her where this meat came from. How is she eating this so quickly? How is it? Well, it's certainly unique.
Yeah, bear meat is kind of weird like that.
Oh, okay. As I questioned every decision that had led me to this point, Miss Timora and Flintheart came down from upstairs. My mentor's face was stoic as always, but some frustration bled through. That was never a good sign.
Hi, Dad.
Oh, hello, sweetie. Flintheart's expression lit up as his daughter rushed over to him. My mentor glanced at the chessboard on the table. She never really took an interest in chess, but she knew that I'd been undefeated since I was 10 years old.
Don't feel too bad about losing to him. He's nationally ranked. What? You never told me that. I can't believe you'd exploit a newbie. If only. Is that what your suit is for? Are you some kind of traveling chess player?
No. Chess is just a hobby. I'm a defense attorney.
I didn't even know we had attorneys in Wyvern Guard.
They were definitely a dying breed. The competent ones, anyways.
Speaking of, we should probably get going.
Aye. I hate to refuse you after you came all this way. I respect what you're doing, but I won't work with these mages of yours.
Mages?
She has an arcane art, though. Does her dad know she has an arcane art? Or is being a mage something sort of separate from just having magic? Miss Timora had mentioned that before. Was this mystery client a mage?
Anyways, it's getting late. If you leave now, you probably won't get to the city until morning.
Aye, she's right. These parts are crawling with brigands and con men. You wouldn't want to run into them after nightfall.
I guess you have a point.
Tavern has plenty of empty rooms. Why don't you stay here till morning? It's the least I can do after you came all this way.
Fine. I'm not exactly in a rush to get back on that carriage.
Sweetie, can you help with the... He paused, his eyes focusing on the giant slab of meat on the table. Did you kill another bear? We barely got through the last one. What are we supposed to do with all this greasy meat?
Eat it. That's what it's for.
How are you even killing these things?
It's not that hard. You just have to keep up with them.
For Lord's sake, you're bloody insane. Oh, why did the scaled lord curse me with a rabid wolf instead of a daughter? Bruh.
This rabid wolf is keeping your family fed. Do you know how many commoners in Wyvern Guard are starving?
Don't talk to me like I'm the child. The two continued their bickering as they went up the staircase. How do you expect to find a good husband while you're out in the woods wrestling bears?
Excuse accuse me and are lining up to court me. I am a goddess.
Somebody's also full of themselves. Goddess of war, more like. You're always coming home covered in blood and dirt. So, your talk with Flintheart didn't go well?
Why can't he understand that all of this is bigger than him and his vendetta?
I still have one last thing we could use.
Cuthbert.
Celeste skipped back downstairs, pausing upon seeing the air between my mentor and me.
Oh, we're done with your rooms. You can head upstairs if you want to rest up.
Right. Thank you, Celeste. Silence followed us up the stairs until we arrived at our rooms. Miss Timora's hand gripped the handle of the door, but she never turned it.
I'm sorry. I didn't expect our discussion to go on for that long.
It's fine. I understand.
I saw you playing chess with Flintheart's daughter earlier. Was everything okay?
What do you mean?
You're kind of a sore winner when you play.
Only when my opponent's a noble. He caught on quickly. He was ridiculously good for a beginner. Playing against her was nice.
Well, I suppose you are at that age.
No, that's not what I meant. I never really get to play against other players outside of tournaments. And you only ever want to play shogi against me.
Because shogi is clearly superior.
It's complete anarchy is what it is. You just bring fallen pieces back to life like some kind of necromancer.
It adds depth. Dropping adds a dimension of play that isn't present in chess.
We both glared at each other silently, but all of the tension from before had left. After a few moments, we just burst out laughing.
You really have grown up, haven't you?
Bro, she's gonna die.
You must have been only 10 when you suddenly showed up at my house.
It was a long time ago. She stayed silent for a moment.
I know that you're just trying to help. Then why won't you let me? Cuthbert, it's not the right time.
I'm ready for this, Miss Timora.
You are. I know you are.
That just made me raise an eyebrow at her.
And what's the issue here?
Mentors don't have a great track record in these kinds of games. Yeah. I mean, I remember that I haven't seen much of Ace Attorney games, but I know there's the one, I don't know which one it is, but Phoenix Wright's mentor or boss or whatever dies in like the very first episode. Oh my. Again, she just stayed silent.
Get some rest. You'll need to prepare for the journey tomorrow.
I winced at that thought. I'd completely forgotten that I'd have to wrangle those horses again. I opened the door and fell onto the bed inside. It wasn't long before night fell. Between driving that carriage and dealing with those con artists, I was exhausted. I fell asleep, but I felt uneasiness creep into me as the night went on. I felt myself being pulled away, brought elsewhere. In every direction I looked, there was nothing. Only the glass-like floor I was standing on. I saw my reflection in the floor. With each step I took, it rippled and shimmered. I knew that I was dreaming,
but something deep inside me insisted that there was something real about this.
I wonder if that's supposed to represent the Eye of Horus.
Well...
Whispers echoed through the realm.
I spotted the small, dark silhouette of a person in the distance. She was silently staring at me and murmuring something under her breath.
Is that a good name here? Or does it have a different eye shape and typically don't fly? I see what you did there.
Finally found. She repeated the same phrase, almost like a chant. She looked practically giddy in anticipation of something.
Oh, what the? Well, that was spooky.
I woke up to the sound of shouting from downstairs. I clutched at my chest. My heart was racing and I was drenched in sweat. That was just a nightmare. I tried to convince myself of that. I shook my head. Something else was happening downstairs. Those voices sounded like Celeste's and Flintheart's. They were only getting louder. Please, just let me explain.
I don't want to hear it.
They definitely weren't bickering about the bear meat this time.
I want you out of my house. Get out.
After that, there was only silence, followed by someone storming out of the tavern.
Aww. I wonder if he found out that she knew magic.
The front door of the tavern slammed shut, the entire structure swaying from the force. I lay there silent. What could they be arguing about this late at night? It really wasn't any of my business. Hey, Dad.
Oh, hello, sweetie.
Leonard's expression lit up as his daughter rushed over to him. The door creaked loudly as I eased it open and stepped out of my room. The hallway was completely dark. Not a single candle was lit. I stepped forward slowly, careful not to trip over anything. Flintheart was trudging up the stairs when I bumped into him. I couldn't see his face, but judging from how he sounded earlier, I probably didn't want to. Sorry.
Right. I forgot you two were...
His voice trailed off. Is everything okay? Sorry, I'm just going to... I slid past Flintheart as I went down the stairs. He barely even noticed. I made my way to the dining room. There weren't any lights in the streets. It was nearly pitch black. Hello? No answer. I looked at the entrance to the tavern. The door was hanging open. The wooden frame was cracked. I walked through the village streets, but there weren't any lights on. I regretted not taking the lantern on my way out. I heard a squelch as I accidentally stepped on something that was disgustingly soft. I tried my best to ignore it. Celeste? Celeste? Where are you? A groan echoed from one of the nearby shacks. A lantern flickered to life from behind the wooden door. An older man stepped out, squinting against the darkness of the night.
You got any idea what time it is?
He eyed me up and down, taking notice of how I was dressed.
This ain't the city, boy. We like our peace and quiet after sundown.
Right. Sorry, I was just looking for Celeste.
Who?
Celeste McCoy. She's Flintheart's daughter. Something in his expression shifted. Irritation turned into complete contempt. Do you know her?
What do you want with that bastard?
Damn mage. What?
Those two probably woke up half the town with their yelling.
Look, I just want to make sure that she's safe.
Huh. You got nothing to worry about there.
Before I could get another word in, he went back into his house in a huff, slamming the door behind him. I just took a breath and continued searching. Garrick Pierce. Blah, blah. Garrick Pierce. Nobleman, age 38. Arcane art transmutation. Still have that famous temper, I see.
You!
Honestly, I never understood how you could stand living in this gloomy shack. Luxo?
How dare you use that witchcraft in my home?
From what I've seen, I'm not the first. You've really been stirring the pot. The Four Pillars don't care for what they've been hearing from your rallies.
Is that right? I'll be sure to bring that up at the next meeting.
For Lord's sake, have some sense, Flintheart. At this rate, you're going to bring Lucio Steelwind down on all of us. You may not value your life, but I will not become another one of his casualties.
So you came all this way to convince me to stop?
End this foolishness now, and no harm will come to you or your family. You have my word.
Huh. Your word is as good as the dirt you lick off the king's boots. You're a killer. As if I'd ever trust you.
Flintheart, please. As someone who once thought of you as a friend, I'm only going to ask you once.
Friend? Friend? I'll be dead in the ground before I ever call the likes of you a friend. Oof. Get out of my house. I don't have time for you.
I don't think you'll have much time for anything.
Oh. Ah.
Damn. Damn it all. You stubborn fool. Why couldn't you have just listened to me? Rudolph. Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is circling back around to the initial court case.
By the scaled lord, what did you killed him? Alert the Inquisition. Tell them that you saw his daughter fleeing the scene. I'm sure their neighbors heard them yelling at each other. Understood, sir. What am I going to do? Oh! A few hours had already passed, but I finally found her sitting under an old oak tree. She looked just as tired as I was, probably even more so. Her eyes were wet and red, but she quickly wiped them with her sleeve as she stood up to meet me. I've been looking for you. Oh, did we wake you up? I just wanted to make sure you were okay. It's nothing. We argue like that all the time.
Aw.
I'm fine, see? She tried to squeeze her lips into a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. You should really head back. It's not safe to be out here this late. What about you? I can take care of myself. I just stood there silently for a moment. I'm sure he just lost his temper. You don't know that.
Mind your own business.
Sorry. She just looked down and said nothing before exhaling. Maybe you're right. It wouldn't feel right to let you walk back alone anyway. She walked past me, leading me back to the tavern. What? We returned, but found the tavern surrounded by knights clad in plate armor. Several carriages were parked outside, and I could see several lights lit within the tavern. Is that the Arcane Inquisition? Inquisition? They're an order of knights who investigate crimes committed using magic. Celeste and I shared a glance. Without another word, both of us ran toward the tavern, but she quickly outpaced me. What? No! She reached the tavern door and the color drained from her face. Her hand went to her mouth as she stumbled backwards, her body shuddering. Dad? Her voice quivered. Tears began to stream down her face.
There you are.
As Celeste stood there, frozen, the knight stepped between her and the tavern entrance.
Celeste McCoy, by the authority of the Wyvern Crown, I'm placing you under arrest.
The knight tried to grab her arm, and it was like something flipped inside of her. She slammed her palm into the knight's chest, his plate armor reverberating as he was launched several feet backwards.
Damn.
The other three knights rushed forward. They tried to grab her and pin her to the ground. Tyrion fine, probably.
Yeah, I mean, assuming that nothing happened to her that wasn't shown, they pulled a bait and switch. Like, oh, Mentor's putting up death flags. Psych! It's the tavern owner.
She let out a guttural scream against them, almost sounding like a feral animal. It looked like it was taking all of their strength to keep her pinned down. It was like she was a completely different person. I stood there stunned before shaking myself out of it. What are you doing to her? Let her go! Tyrion! Thank the Scaled Lord. This time Mora was safe.
Yep, he's fine. Yeah, I knew I recognized him from somewhere. Stay out of our way, or we'll lock you two up right next to her.
He left in a huff, following after the other knights as they slowly dragged Celeste away. Miss Timora, what's going on? Why is the Arcane Inquisition here? I'm not sure, but Linhardt is dead. What?
Alright, save.
Celeste was going to be detained in Ratholm, Wyverngard's capital city. She was apparently the prime suspect in Flynnhardt's murder. Her case would be pushed to trial within the day. Supposedly, they discovered traces of magic at the crime scene. That honestly just raised even more questions. Miss Timora and I were determined to get to the bottom of this. The Inquisition, on the other hand, did what they always did. This is ridiculous. She has a right to speak to an attorney.
Yeah, well, we can't let you see her until she's been processed.
Orm White, knight, age 64. The grumpy and apathetic leader of the Arcane Inquisition. He's had a personal grudge against Miss Timora for as long as I can remember. Orm White was the commander of the Arcane Inquisition. Miss Timora had supposedly run into him many times. He always looked like the textbook definition of someone who was too old for this.
That is exactly what I thought, I'm not gonna lie.
I didn't usually accompany Miss Timora to her crime scenes, but the few times I had, he was always there to run interference. He always looked like he cared more about making trouble for us than actually doing his job. The Inquisition was deep in the nobility's pockets. I'd always assumed that they were paying him to sabotage us. Don't give me that. There's no way you haven't processed her with a trial this close.
Yeah? Well, unless you can prove it, I don't need to do anything. Huh? Okay. New person.
What's with all this noise?
The commander's back straightened out, his smirk turning into a wince as the girl walked into the chambers. Whoever she was, she must have been younger than me. Despite that, her voice carried the weight of her authority, something which Orym clearly relented to. Her aura was as cold and rigid as stone. Her disposition was probably equally so.
Celeste McCoy has a right to counsel, and I know who you are, Ruby Tymora.
She turned to Orym. She was almost half his size, but he was practically flinching at her every word. Well, the girl hasn't been processed yet. He just let out an irritated sigh as she waved him away.
Let them through.
What? But...
Let them through before I throw you into the cell next to hers.
Yes, lady. I mean, Miss Steelwind.
Steelwind?
Arya Steelwind, prosecutor, age 18. Prosecutor from the nobility who hails from House Steelwind, one of the 4 pillar families in Wyverngard. She's the daughter of Grand General Lucio Steelwind, leader of Wyverngard's military. It's hard to read her motivations even with the Eye of Horus. She gave me a passing glance as if she were silently appraising me. She walked out of the dungeons without another word. Orym grumbled under his breath as he led us to Celeste's cell. I had to wade through a thickening fog of emotions as we descended further into the dungeons. The collective anger and sorrow of the prisoners was choking me. I'd always hated crowds. I could never shut out the storm of thoughts and emotions that came with them. But I tried my best to keep it together. Celeste was going through a lot more than I was.
Oh.
Celeste was curled up on the cold floor, arms wrapped around her knees. When she saw us, she scrambled to her feet.
What are you What are you doing here? We know about what happened to your father.
I'm so sorry, Celeste. Still can't believe it. Oof.
Thanks.
Her response came out hollowly.
You're the Inquisition's prime suspect in the murder, and they're planning to push your case to trial. You'll be brought to court in a few hours. What? No one told me anything.
My mentor scoffed in disgust. He was all too familiar with this.
They were planning to convict you before you even realized you were on trial.
Celeste, Miss Tymora is the best defense attorney in Wyverngard. She can help you.
You've been supporting your family from your work as a mercenary. Is that correct?
Did she just say mercenary? Well, Celeste occupation. Celeste is a mercenary by trade. It's a little unexpected, but who am I to judge?
From your financial history, it appears that you can afford my services. How would you even know that? That's not important. What matters is that if I'm representing you, your case is as good as won. You don't even know what happened. Then tell me. Celeste hesitated, her shoulders tensing at the memory. I got into an argument with my dad, and I left to clear my head. Tyrion found me a bit after that. I think it was a few hours after I left. When we came back, we saw the knights outside. That's when they arrested me. Celeste, if I'm going to be your attorney, I need to know everything that happened. What? They found your sword inside his body, and there were traces of transmutation magic around the crime scene. There aren't any other registered mages in Cornhaven. I need you to tell me the truth.
Bruh. But also, has Tyrion not talked about anything that happened that night with Miss Tymora? Because, I don't know, at least from an outsider's perspective, it really sounds like she's blaming, what's her face here? I don't know. Like, she's definitely leaving things out. Probably her father found out that she knows magic and everything. That's why they had an argument. Stuff like that is important. But they found her sword in his body. Like, she's a transmutation mage. The other guy was a transmutation mage, so I'm guessing the sword's makeup was like the exact same as whatever she uses.
I just told you everything that happened. What are you...
He looked down, confused, before her face tightened into a scowl.
You actually think I did it, don't you? You think I was the one who killed him?
Wait, Miss Tymora. Before I left the tavern to look for her, I ran into Flintheart. He was still alive.
And how much time passed between that and when you found her?
It was probably about 2 hours, but...
Which means that there are 2 hours where she wasn't accounted for.
Alright, you know, that's fair, I guess. But... still, I don't know. The way she asked... Yeah, it seems to put blame on Celeste.
We can work around that, but the prosecution will still... No, I didn't do this.
She's telling the truth, Miss Tymora. Celeste would never do something like this.
Cuthbert, you can't just believe every innocent girl who bats her eyes at you.
That's not what this is.
Well, did you see that she's innocent? Can you tell me that with certainty?
Celeste was being defensive at the moment, too guarded for me to read anything substantial with the Eye of Horus. I didn't see it, but I know that she's innocent.
Look, either way, we need to construct a proper alibi so I can... No! How can I work with you if you don't even believe me? Do you even understand the situation you're in? I know exactly what's happening. My dad's dead, and whoever killed him is still out there. Don't be naive. You're a commoner. You're lucky I'm even here. There isn't a single attorney other than me who will defend someone like you. Yeah? Well, what about him? I blinked, confused for a moment, before I realized that she was pointing at me. You're also a defense attorney, right? I am, but... He's just a kid, McCoy. He's never even defended a case before. I don't care. At least he doesn't think I'm a murderer. Celeste, hold on. So you can take your attitude and leave. I don't need your help. Fine, have it your way. But when you're staring down the gallows and begging me to appeal your conviction, I'll be charging you triple my rate. Before I could understand what was going on, Miss Timora turned away and stormed out. As she reached the door, she looked back at me expectantly. I froze. I knew I wasn't in any position to handle a case like this. That said, I also knew I couldn't leave her to face this alone. My mentor let out a quiet sigh before quietly exiting the dungeons. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you in the middle of that. I can go talk to her. I'm sure she'll come back and take your case.
X to doubt. Nora's kind of a bitch.
I mean... yeah, but she does have a bit of a point.
Like I said, it seems like she's putting too much of the blame on Celeste right away. But she does have a point in that they need to construct an alibi, and they don't really have an alibi at this point. Yeah.
No, I meant what I said. I don't want her help. Celeste, this is serious. Your conviction might as well be a foregone conclusion to the courts. Without Miss Timora, it'll be fine. I know I just pulled you into this without asking. If you want to walk away, I'll understand. I'll figure something out.
She tugged a few times at the cell door separating us. I could have sworn I saw the metal bars bending. I exhaled slowly. I knew I wasn't ready for this. I can't stand by and do nothing. I'll take your case if you'll have me.
Really?
But there's one thing I need you to tell me. The Arcane Inquisition was called to the scene. I had no idea how they even knew magic had been used, but their presence could only mean one thing. Are you a mage?
Yeah, I am.
When that villager confronted me before, he called her a bastard. It made a lot more sense now. Do you have noble blood?
What does that have to do with anything?
The ability to use magic is hereditary. Almost every mage descends from the nobility in some way. If you have birth parents in the nobility, we might be able to use their influence to our advantage.
I don't need anyone else's help. I'm a McCoy. That's all I need to know about myself.
It seemed best not to push that matter further then. Even so, that's probably why they arrested you.
What?
Miss Timora mentioned it earlier. A town of farmers like Cornhaven wouldn't have any other registered mages. It's a good thing you registered with the kingdom. It would have just added one more charge if you hadn't. But they found traces of magic at the scene of the crime. They have no choice but to suspect you.
Are you serious?
I'll be honest, I'm not sure how much help I'll really be. Miss Timora said it herself. I've never defended a client before.
Is everything really going to be okay? Why would I say something like that? A defense attorney should be putting their clients at ease. But no matter what, I'll get you an acquittal. Doesn't matter who stands in my way. Man, king, or God. Dang. Bro jump set straight to the deep end there. What? Sorry. I used to say that a lot as a kid. No, it's okay. At least it made her laugh. Anyways, take some time to rest up. The trial will begin in a few hours. I couldn't imagine what she was going through. She'd not only lost her father, but she was also being framed for his murder. But this was exactly why I became an attorney. To defend people exactly like her. Stories like hers were far too common, but this time, I had the power to change it. She was putting her trust in me. I would make sure she wouldn't regret that. It still hadn't sunk in yet. I was standing in a real courtroom. I'd only ever acted as Miss Timora's assistant. Now I was front and center at the defense table. Are you okay? Yes, of course. Maybe if I kept saying that, it would end up being true. That woman from the dungeons was also here. She must have been the prosecutor for Celeste's trial. No wonder she was able to order around the commander like that. I could feel her piercing glare burrowing into me. Why was she looking at me like that? Was she trying to intimidate me? Because it was definitely working. Court is now in session for the trial of Celeste McCoy. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Oh, the defense is also ready, Your Honor. Very well. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges? The defendant is Celeste McCoy, a mercenary by trade and a registered mage. She's charged with second-degree murder and negligent misuse of the arcane arts. The crime occurred within the McCoy Tavern, a local inn that was shut down years ago. Those who lived nearby reported hearing a loud argument coming from within the building around 1 a.m. At 1:08 a.m., a carriage driver entered the tavern to investigate the disturbance. It was there that he found the victim, the defendant's sword impaled within his body. The Inquisition has provided an autopsy report and documentation for the sword. Okay. Well, she says 1:08. So, we've narrowed down the window of possibility to like 8 minutes. Okay, autopsy report. Died at 1:12 a.m. after being stabbed. Wait. Died at 1:12 a.m.? But the guy entered at 1:08 and said he was dead. Well, right there, that's conflicting. Okay. After being stabbed from behind with a magical blade, fatal wound shows heavy traces of transmutation magic. Celeste's sword, the alleged murder weapon, is an ornately designed sword, but it has no magical properties. It has no magical properties. They said they detected magic at the scene of the crime. And Celeste's sword is supposed to be the murder weapon. So... What was the defendant's relationship with the victim? I see they share the same last name. Judge. Occupation, judge. Age 80. Arcane art, none. The defendant is the victim's daughter, not by blood. She was adopted into the family when she was an infant. Her birth parents are currently unknown.
I see. What an unfortunate turn of events.
To begin, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orem White to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Witness, name and occupation.
Name's Orem White. I'm the commander of the Arcane Inquisition.
Commander, please testify about the details of the Inquisition's investigation.
Yeah. What a good witness. We got a call late at night. Someone found a dead body inside the McCoy Tavern. When we arrived on the scene, we found Flintheart McCoy dead on the floor. The defendant's sword was still in his chest. We have a bunch of witnesses who heard the victim and defendant in a loud argument before the body was called in. That argument must have turned ugly, because the defendant killed the old man using her magic sword. But the sword isn't magic. This was going to be difficult. The defendant's sword was the murder weapon. It was possible that the murderer used it to frame her. That must have meant the crime was premeditated. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Mr. Cuthbert? Where was I supposed to start again? I needed to prove that Celeste was innocent, but they found her sword in the body. Tyrion? This is the part where you say something, right? The longer I stood there, the more I noticed everyone staring at me. I could feel the case cracking. Each moment of silence was just another blow to my credibility. I wanted to face Ruby Tymora today, not her bumbling sidekick. Oof, emotional damage.
Your Honor, the defense clearly has nothing to say against the prosecution's overwhelming evidence.
Yep, this whole thing's pretty open and shut. No, wait. I'm
so sorry, Tyrion. I didn't do enough for Frey. Now she's...
Okay, so this is... Wait, how old was she again? Here she's age 36, so this is like, I don't know, somewhere around 10 years ago, I think.
Miss Tymora, does this mean they're going to execute her? No, not again. Was I seriously going to watch that happen again?
46? Okay, so about 10 years ago, yeah.
Tyrion!
Her palm cracked across my face. I stumbled back and almost fell over. She had every right to be angry. That wasn't what I saw in her face.
I'm sorry, Celeste. Stop. Just listen to me. You trained for this, right? You know what to do.
I've never done this before. Here was 10 there. Oh, okay. I missed that. Yeah. But yeah, so 10 years. She cursed under her breath. She was searching her mind for an answer.
Then just treat it like something you have done before. I don't know, you're good at chess, right? So just treat this whole thing like you're playing chess.
We have to spin the chessboard.
What? I don't know. Yesterday you were calm and you were focused. So just channel that feeling. Look at the pieces on the board or something like that. He made a lot of statements. Every statement that he made, every word that came out of his mouth, they were all just pieces on the board. A match wasn't won from the first move. It came from developing the pieces I had and taking every advantage that presented itself. I apologize, Your Honor. The defense is ready to begin the cross-examination. Seeing as this is your first trial, Mr. Cuthbert, I'll overlook it this one time. There we go. Thank the gods that actually worked. I needed to carefully examine every statement he made, line by line. The key to every cross-examination was identifying which statement contradicted the evidence in my notes. Once I did that, I needed to present the contradicting evidence. Okay. We've started cross-examining a witness. The key to each cross-examination is to determine which part of the witness's testimony contradicts any of the items in your notes. Carefully examine each statement in the witness's testimony, identify contradicting statements, present the item that contradicts it. Got a call late at night. Someone found a dead body inside the McCoy Tavern. Okay, so press each statement for a short dialogue. Okay. What time did you get this call? And who discovered the body?
The call came in at 1:08 a.m., and the witness wanted to remain incognito.
It wasn't unusual for a witness to request anonymity. It was well within their rights. Mostly optional. Oh, this one seems important. Well, yeah. They're not all going to be important, but it would have been a lot easier if I could cross-examine that witness directly. What happened when you arrived, Commander?
When we arrived on the scene, we found Flintheart McCoy dead on the floor. The defendant's sword was still in his chest.
Okay. How are you so sure that the sword was my client's?
His sword is made out of some weird alloy. I think it was forged out of the country or something. It'd be hard to mistake something like that.
We also have several eyewitnesses who verified that the sword belonged to the defendant. She made no effort to hide it from the public. Quite the contrary, she was quite proud to show it off. Even so, that doesn't necessarily mean that she was the one who stabbed him.
Yeah, well, we have a bunch of witnesses who heard the victim and defendant in a loud argument before the body was called in.
How did they know it was my client who was arguing with the victim?
You were there, weren't you? Don't tell me you didn't hear them. Every witness we talked to knew it was them.
I couldn't really argue with them there. Celeste and Flintheart had very distinct voices, especially when they were raised.
That argument must have turned ugly, because the defendant killed the old man using her magic sword.
I was there when the argument took place. Flintheart was still alive when my client left the tavern. Perhaps. But how do you know that she didn't return to murder her father afterwards? Weren't there plenty of other people around who could have committed the crime?
That tavern's been closed for years. The defendant, the victim, and Tymora were the only ones there before the body was discovered. Plus, the murder weapon was her sword.
It was a given that Miss Tymora didn't do this. Another person must have shown up at the tavern after Celeste and I left. Could it have been the witness who discovered the body? His testimony was straightforward, but that's exactly what would help me. Celeste was innocent, so there had to be a flaw in his logic. I just needed to compare each statement to each piece of evidence in my notes. Once I found the contradiction, I just need to present that piece of evidence to the contradicting statement. Okay. Someone found a dead body.
Oh, okay, there. Around the scene, Flintheart McCoy dead. What is this? You heard the victim and defendant in a loud argument before the body was called in. Using her magic sword. Okay. Well, just going by what it says. First thing. Celeste's sword. It has no magical properties. Objection! Commander White, are you sure that the victim was killed using the defendant's sword? Yeah, it's pretty obvious from the crime scene. I think I'd have to disagree with you on that. If your testimony is true, the defendant's sword couldn't have been the murder weapon. What are you talking about, kid? The sword was inside his body. That may be, but take another look at the autopsy report. It says that the fatal wound contained traces of transmutation magic. You even testified that the sword was magical. So, what's your point? It's simple. It's simple. How could a non-magical blade leave traces of magic in the wound? What? My client's sword may look unique, but it's entirely non-magical. It couldn't have left those traces of transmutation on the wound. That doesn't make a lick of sense. The sword didn't kill him, then why was it in the body? There's only one reasonable explanation. The wound was created magically, and someone shoved the sword into the wound afterwards. And that girl's a mage. She could have easily whacked the old man using magic. Why would she murder the victim using a spell, only to then stab him with her sword? She would just be incriminating herself. If anything, this series of events proves something else. Someone used magic to murder the victim, then pushed my client's sword into the wound to frame her. Objection! Oh snap. Don't get ahead of yourself, Mr. Cuthbert. Your Honor, the defense is suggesting that another person used the sword to frame the defendant. But the defendant clearly cast a spell on the sword at the time of the murder. He cast a spell? Commander, testify as to how magic was used during the murder. What? All right. I see where you're going with this. The sword itself ain't magical, but spells can still be cast on it. That defendant over there? Her spell companion's got a spell called Mage Blade. She must have cast it on her sword before stabbing the old man. That spell is the reason why we found traces of magic on the body. Alright, some new evidence. Mage Blade. Transmutation Arcane. Gesture none. Duration while concentrating. Concentration yes. Maybe the concentration? Like if it was done in the heat of the moment. Well, but we still have that 8-minute window. I don't know. I guess she could have, like, come back and concentrated, or I don't know. But still, it seems like not something you do out of anger. You have to concentrate. For the duration of this spell, the edges of the object, usually a blade, become unnaturally sharp, making it more effective at slashing through tough material. While under the effects of this spell, the object emits a yellow, radiant glow. The target object must be no larger than a 5-foot cube. A spell companion listed every spell a mage knew how to cast. It was a fundamental piece of evidence that proved which spells a mage could and couldn't use. Celeste, do you have your spell companion with you? No. My dad was the last person who had it. What? Why would Flintheart have her spell compendium? But he's right. I know how to cast Mage Blade. It's actually the only spell I know. Huh. The only spell she knows. I would like to add that we found traces of transmutation magic on the defendant's sword as well. As I'm sure the court knows, magical traces stay on objects for 48 hours after a spell is cast on them. Those 48 hours really tightened the timeline for cases like this. Because of that, crimes needed to be investigated before all the magical traces disappeared from the crime scene. It also gave the courts the perfect excuse to push these cases through the system as quickly as possible. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. The commander's testimony was a lot vaguer this time. He probably wasn't expecting to give a second testimony. Pressing his statements really helped in situations like this. Doing that might reveal new pieces of evidence that I could use against him. Okay, press statements. Yeah, already figured that out. Sword itself ain't magical, but spells can still be cast on it. Are you accusing my client of casting a spell and channeling it through her sword? There are a vast number of spells that operate like that. Spells from the School of Transmutation are almost exclusively channeled through an object. Your client clearly learned a spell that would aid in her work as a mercenary. Speaking of which... That defendant over there? Her spell compendium's got a spell called Mage Blade. Mage Blade? It's a transmutation spell that sharpens and empowers my sword. Wouldn't it be excessive for the defendant to use a spell like that on the victim? He wasn't wearing any armor or protection at the time of his death. The victim and the defendant were in an intense argument. Perhaps she used the spell in a fit of rage. Perhaps she simply cast it out of habit. What matters is that the sword undeniably has traces of transmutation magic on it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the concentration aspect might be the way to go here. She must have cast it on her sword before stabbing the old man. Why would she go to the trouble of doing that? Her sword alone would have been enough to murder a defenseless person. Mages are always looking for an excuse to throw their power around. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Isn't that just your own personal bias, Commander? We don't need to understand why the defendant did what she did. The fact of the matter is that traces of magic were found on the body and the sword. Do you have any evidence of the contrary, Mr. Cuthbert? Concentration is a bit different than the D&D term. What is concentration a D&D term? Okay, let me look that up. Character can only concentrate on one spell or ability at a time, must maintain their concentration for the ability or duration of the effect. I mean, it still sounds like they have to, yeah, maintain concentration. Their Pod 5 guy? Been red herring? I mean, it could be. It is possible. They could just be throwing it out there to mess me up. That spell's the reason why we found traces of magic on the body.
About that. Spells only leave magical traces on the object they target, and those traces are only detectable for 48 hours.
Oh?
Well, yeah, if they use transmutation on the sword, so then it wouldn't leave any traces on the body. If my client cast Mage Blade, like you said, there shouldn't have been any magical traces on the wound. There would only be traces on the sword.
We always find random magical traces at crime scenes. We can't always explain each trace we detect.
That sounds like a you problem. You understand? Mostly means you can't be incapacitated or cast a different spell.
Alright.
Yeah. That sounds more like a failure on the Inquisition's part than anything else.
Again, sounds like a you problem, Lamau.
Can we really trust that your knights examined the crime scene properly?
You don't believe me? Take a look at this picture.
Oh? Giving me a picture now.
Wait a minute. Oh, you just gave me the piece of evidence I needed.
I'd seen pictures of dead bodies while studying Miss Timora's past cases, but there was something unnerving about seeing someone I'd met yesterday. I carefully inspected the photo, taking great care to keep it out of Celeste's view.
You can see it here, plain as day. The sword has the highest concentration of transmutation traces.
But why didn't those traces fully cover the weapon? Did the transmutation spell damage the sword somehow? Dude was stabbed in the back, but the sword is clearly going through his front. Picture of Flint Hart McCoy after he was murdered shows the traces of transmutation magic that were on the sword. Why was this picture not brought to my attention, Orem?
What would be the point of that? This entire case is open and shut.
Alright, he's like, bro, you just screwed me over big time.
Yeah.
The prosecutor seemed unnerved by something. Okay, stabbed him through the chest. Stabbed from behind. Autopsy report. Objection! I'm sorry, Commander White, but you've shown us an even more glaring contradiction.
Oh, yeah?
In your testimony, you said that my client stabbed the victim right through the chest.
You can see it right there in that picture. So where's your contradiction?
That's exactly the problem, Commander. Your picture undeniably shows that my client's sword impaled the victim from the front. But if that's really true, why does the autopsy say that he died from being stabbed in the back?
What?
Orem, you were supposed to submit everything you had to me. Why did you withhold this photo?
There was no point. He's a mage. It couldn't have been anyone else.
Attack of opportunity. Murmurs rippled through the gallery. Even the judge shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Our justice system may have been corrupt, but they'd never get away with such a blatant error.
Order! Order in the court!
Mr. Cuthbert, what is the meaning of this? Your Honor, this photo clearly shows my client's sword impaling him from the front, which means that there's only one way for the autopsy to be true. The sword would have needed to be inserted into the wound after the victim had died.
That's crazy.
Then why don't you enlighten me, Commander White? Do you think my client impaled the victim hilt first with her sword?
What Or do you think she stabbed him through the chest, removed it, and then placed her sword in the body to frame herself? Oh, well, that's... No. What happened here is obvious. The real murderer stuck the sword through the victim's wound to implicate my client. But they made a careless mistake and stuck the sword through the opposite side. You're actually pretty good at this.
Objection!
Yep. We can't just have an easy win like that.
It appears I underestimated you, but you've still gotten ahead of yourself.
Is that so, Miss Steelwind?
Let me ask the defense one question, Mr. Cuthbert. If your client didn't kill Flintheart McCoy, then who did? How should I know? If I'm not mistaken, it's the commander's job to figure that out. Oh, I'm well aware of the commander's incompetence, but one fact still stands. There were magical traces on the wound and the sword. Would you like me to tell you how many mages live in that small town?
He's a bit more competent than Orem.
Yeah.
I mean, she's on the wrong side, but she's definitely a lot more fair and a lot more competent. Although, well, I mean, she's still pressing this when she should understand that there's something wrong. But, yeah. My job, I'm just here to prove my client's innocent, which I'm doing.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, like the Ace Attorney games set in Japan, and this is based off of the Ace Attorney games. Or, well, it has influence from them. So, I'm not sure if it's still this way or if it used to be this way, and I think that's sort of how Ace Attorney games are set up, that it's not innocent until proven guilty. It's guilty until proven innocent. So I'm gonna guess the prosecutor still has the upper hand here. I didn't like where she was going with this.
Only one. The defendant is the only registered mage who lives in Cornhaven. Right. Cornhaven was a village of farmers. Celeste was the only mage there. The defendant was also established to have been with the victim minutes before his time of death. In addition to that, I have several witnesses who heard them arguing. You, on the other hand, can only implicate an unknown assailant. I doubt you could even tell me who they are.
Even so, it's clear that the prosecution can't reliably prove how the victim was murdered.
I can't say that the prosecution's evidence is irrefutable, but the evidence still leans heavily against the defense.
Yeah, it's better than Ace Attorney in that regard. Still not fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sort of get that feel. Like,
It's not as much against the defense as it could be, but it's still pretty heavily against the defense. There are far too many unanswered questions for me to pass a verdict. We will give the Inquisition time to investigate the crime scene and clear these unknowns. I suggest that they conduct their investigation more thoroughly this time. We will resume the trial tomorrow morning.
I'm sorry, it just sunk in how he was basically calling Orem incompetent, and I love it.
We will resume the trial tomorrow morning. Court is adjourned. Hello, Cuthbert. Oh, Miss Timora. I tensed as she approached me. I'd been so focused on Celeste's case, I hadn't even thought about how I'd left things with my mentor. Scaled Lord. She'd probably been in the gallery too. He must have seen how I froze up during the first cross-examination. Your job is to put the client at ease, not the other way around. Sorry. I'm sure she was just snapping you out of it, but everyone saw her become violent with you. Oh. That's a good point. That's not good. That's not exactly helpful if you want to prove she's not a violent murderer. Make no mistake, the prosecution will use that to their advantage. What's wrong with you? He did fine. McCoy. If the Inquisition didn't botch the investigation, Cuthbert would have never been able to buy this much time. In case you've forgotten, he's my defense attorney, not you. I don't get why he has to take notes from you. Because she's my mentor? No, she's right, Celeste. I need to do better. I can't ever let myself freeze up like that again. I might not be so lucky next time. Other than that, I'll admit that you did well. You cross-examined the commander adequately, and you handled Steelwind's rebuttals as well as you could have. I remembered how Prosecutor Steelwind was glaring at me at the start of the trial. Even thinking about it was enough to make me nauseous. Steelwind. Why did that name sound so familiar? Wait, isn't House Steelwind one of the 4 pillar families? That's right. Lucio Steelwind is the Grand General of Wyvengard's military. Hasn't he been caught up in a lot of scandals recently? Scandals? He's been having people killed by the thousands. Dang. Right. I remember seeing several articles about him in the Rathome Gazette. In recent years, groups voicing their grievances against the crown had begun to surface in the countryside. King Olivier would answer their complaints by unleashing Steelwind's soldiers on these so-called insurrectionists. Another Olivier. Olivier's everywhere. My goodness. More often than not, their peaceful protests turned violent, leading to bloody retaliations from Lucio's forces. And Arya is Lucio Steelwind's only heir. When I saw her name on the docket, I wrote her off as a noble role-playing for fun. But she's good. Better than most of the prosecutors I've faced. She's taking this seriously. And with what Flintheart was doing, I can't help but wonder if the prosecutor is acting on her father's behalf. Do you think Prosecutor Steelwind is protecting the real killer? The Inquisition Knights were the first responders to the scene. Didn't that strike you as odd? Right. In a small town like Cornhaven, the village militia would be the first people there. For the Inquisition to respond so quickly, they would have needed to know that magic was used at all. This whole mess feels a little too staged. And with a Steelwind involved, this whole situation reeks of corruption. I'm sure locking up Flintheart's daughter would send a clear message to his allies. But if that were true, why did she help us in the dungeons? Either way, this works out in our favor. I can't fight the Steelwinds on a battlefield, but I can fight them in the courtroom. Yeah, with the helping us in the dungeon, either she's naive and trying to be fair, which I don't know, I sort of doubt that she's that naive, or she's just being fair because she wants to present herself as fair, and she thinks we have no chance of beating her. So it's either arrogance or naivety.
On that subject, I've been meaning to give you this. My spell compendium? I grabbed it from the dining room before the Inquisition arrived. They have a bad habit of misplacing pieces of evidence like this.
Wait, but if she grabbed it before the Inquisition arrived, then how did the Inquisition know that Mage Blade was in her spell compendium? Well, maybe they have, like, legal records or something, since everybody has to register in the kingdom. So this is your spell compendium, and it only has one spell. Mage Blade. The prosecution will need to prove that Mage Blade was used in the murder. It will restrict their plan of attack, which will give you an edge over them. But I still have no idea who actually did this. Celeste, I need to talk to you about what your father was doing. Oh. She glanced at the bailiff. He was looming close, staring daggers at her. I should go. It looks like they can't wait to throw me back into that cell. Wait, She turned away and quickly walked off without another word. Miss Timora just shook her head. She's practically begging for a conviction at this rate. Bringing up her late father may have struck a nerve. I would need to be more delicate next time. I can speak with her in the dungeons later. Right now I want to take a look at the crime scene. With how negligent the Inquisition were, I doubt they found everything. If you're planning to investigate the crime scene, you'll need this. She reached into her coat and pulled out a small blue runestone. I froze for a moment, staring wide-eyed at it. Is that? Attorney's runestone. A magical runestone that allows you to take pictures of crime scenes and write notes telepathically. Every attorney has one. It's almost like a badge for them. Hey, finally got a runestone. I remember he was looking forward to that. It's an attorney's runestone. I had it commissioned for you after you passed the exam last month. You've had one ready this entire time? Cuthbert, are you crying? No. It's just raining. Inside. I don't know how, but it is. Maybe it's magic. I wiped my eyes and delicately stored the runestone in the pocket of my jacket. You embarrassed them today. Don't expect them to be that sloppy again. As much as I hate to admit it, your investigative mind is sharper than mine. If anyone can get through this, it's you. Oh, thank you. She turned to take a seat at the bench near the courtroom entrance. It looked like she would be staying here until the case was over. I tucked Celeste's spell compendium into my jacket. I hadn't slept, and my body still ached from the carriage ride. I still didn't know whether I was truly up to this, but none of that mattered. Celeste was counting on me, and I wouldn't let anyone get away with killing Flintheart, even if the Steel Winds were involved. Okay. Oh. Hello? Did it save? Oh, that was weird. Oh, I need to... I wasn't sure which one meant that I was selecting it. Okay. Episode 1-3. Pause chip. I did too well. They threw me into the void. Help. Game bugs sometimes. Yeah, I'm pressing buttons and nothing's happening. I think it might have died. Okay, let me restart this thing. Hopefully that didn't do anything to my save. Okay. There we go. The Inquisition had set up a teleportation circle at the crime scene. As the defense attorney for this case, I was permitted to use it. Following every single person has dialogue for your runestone. Okay. With it, I could instantly travel back and forth between the McCoy Tavern and the capital. It was miles better than having to travel by carriage. Alright. And actually, before we go any further, I do need to take a quick break and use the bathroom. So I will be right back in just a bit. Alright, I am back. Okay, so we're back at the crime scene. And here's Orem. Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? Commander White stepped in my way as I approached the tavern entrance. This time, I took out my attorney's runestone and presented it to him. I'm the defense attorney in this case. I have every right to look at the crime scene. Whatever. Just remember, I've got my eye on you. You can take that rock out of my face now. Sorry. Okay. You've begun your investigation into the crime. You'll need to collect clues and evidence by moving to different locations, talking to witnesses, and examining locations of importance. Okay. Hell's Mage Blade. Wait, what? Why does it have Celeste McCoy listed as occupation bodyguard? He's a mercenary. Weird. Okay, so I, like, look around. There's a lot of stuff to examine. I guess I can't move the camera itself. Okay. There were candles on each of the tables in the dining area, but there were also lamps mounted on the walls. Black is unchecked. Okay, thank you. On closer inspection, they appeared to be artificery. Machines that could reproduce the effects of magic. Why wasn't the Inquisition using those instead? I guess to prevent traces of magic contamination? Okay, so like all the candles count as one thing. There was a lamp mounted on the wall. It seemed to be built into the tavern. Is this an artificery machine? I didn't expect to find something this sophisticated in a town like this. Ah, artificery is just magic with a different name. Actually, these machines draw aether from the surrounding ley lines to... I didn't ask for a science lesson. Anyway, look where artificery got these folks. The energy cell broke and they haven't had any power for weeks. Just goes to show that nothing can beat good old oil and flame. Broken power cell. Broken for weeks and lamps can't be turned on. The portrait of someone. There's some text on it. Adam Evely, politician of the pedantic. I've heard of this guy. He's some kind of politician from one of the nations south of here. I heard he's pretty much a shoo-in to win whatever election they have going there. An election? Had Flintheart been studying alternate forms of government for his little revolution? Oh. The painting of a mage. There's some text on it. Samala Dalian, a legendary practitioner of the arcane arts. He mysteriously disappeared one day.
Oh, these are like backers. Rumor that he was developing a formula for a new transmutation spell. Oh, a new transmutation spell. Dalian was reckless in casting the spell, however, and he quickly lost control of it. His body was never found. Many speculate that he didn't die during the accident, but if that were true, where did the spell take him? Sounds like a cautionary tale against using magic. That might have explained why Flintheart kept it in his tavern. I don't know, if these are backer things, they seem to fit into the story very well. Shards of a broken bottle were next to the chalk outline. This shard has a label on it. It says lotus juice. I've never heard of that brand before. Okay. There was a chalk outline on the ground of the tavern, creating a rough silhouette of Flintheart's body. The chalk lines matched the crime scene photo in my runestone. I noticed the traces of transmutation on the ground, or transmutation magic on the ground in the photo. I traced my finger over the areas where they had been detected. The texture was rougher and almost sticky. Did someone use transmutation magic to alter the floor? Huh. I guess that's all the evidence I can see. Okay, talk to Orm. Commander White, I was wondering if I could ask you some questions. Huh. You seriously think I'm going to help you? I know who your boss is. I know what you're up to. Probably sent you here to con me. I just need information about the crime scene, as is my right. Yeah, sure you do. At first I thought he was just another corrupt knight, but this felt oddly personal. I get the feeling he's more just against mages. Or just hates mages. But if so, it was a bit misplaced. I wondered if this could all just be a misunderstanding. I might be able to persuade him to cooperate with me. Psychological profiles. Usually need to argue against people and persuade them to cooperate with your investigation. Psychological profiles help you in ensuing arguments, give you information about your opponent, and help you understand which option to pick. Build a person's psychological profile by talking to them or presenting them certain items. Presented the runestone already? I have not manually presented it. He did show it to him when we first got here, so I didn't really think about offering to show it to him again, but I guess I should. Wait, I didn't have anything selected. There we go. I presented him with nothing. Hey, what do you think about this nothing that I have here in my hands? Kid, you already showed this thing to me. Yeah, it's an attorney's runestone. I'm just sort of imagining Tyrion, like, with one of those whirligig hats and colorful lollipops. Standing there all silly, like, hey look, I got a runestone. Yeah. Looks like a little kid showing his mom a drawing.
Oh my. I know. I cleared my throat as I stowed the runestone back in my jacket. Okay. I should probably check out all this other stuff before I try argument. At the Inquisition. So, what does the Arcane Inquisition do, exactly? You trying to pick a fight with me? No, I'm genuinely curious. Well, we're called in whenever they find traces of magic at a crime scene. Do crimes like this happen often? Maybe once in a blue moon. It made sense. Most mages were in the nobility, after all. The ones who made a habit of falling into scandals didn't last very long. You must have an easy job, then. You got that right. The only reason we exist to clean up the nobility's messes. Yeah, so I'm definitely getting a feeling of resentment for nobility and mages. And I guess he doesn't get much of a chance to act on his resentment. So he probably wants this chance to take down a mage where he can, but... You're not going for the right one there, buddy. He didn't seem very happy about that. Mages. You seem to speak negatively about magic. Do you have a personal grudge against mages? It ain't a grudge. It's just common sense. All it takes is one spell. Some rich kid just needs to wave their hands and mutter some magical nonsense. And the next thing you know, someone's dead on the ground. Not to mention, if some bonehead really overuses their magic, they end up snapping and going on a rampage. Are you talking about Mage Blight? Yep. What happens when a mage gets too arrogant? And nobles have that in spades. I don't know if this is going too far, but why would you join the Inquisition if you hate mages so much? Considering the fact that my job is to sweep the nobility's crimes under the rug? I didn't mean to insinuate. Nope, you have the right of it. Anytime a noble screws up, I'm told to look the other way. But every once in a while, I'm allowed to put a criminal mage behind bars. Yeah. Yep, that's why he's so into this case. We can't go after the nobles, but any other mage is fair game. Or at least they were before your boss showed up. Oh goodness, I coughed and accidentally went past that last part. My boss? Did he have something against what Miss Timora was doing? Ruby Timora. I have to ask, did something happen between you and Miss Timora? Oh, Miss Timora. You really are her lackey through and through. She's my legal guardian. I owe a lot to her. Oh, that's who you were this whole time? I didn't even know she had a kid. Look, I don't know what she's told you, but she ain't the hero you think she is. This is about the rumors, isn't it? They're just lies spread by the nobility to discredit her. They ain't lies, kid. I've seen it for myself. That woman's a criminal. My hand clenched into a fist before I calmed myself down. This wasn't the time for emotion. She defends mages who don't have the protection of the nobility. She hates the aristocracy just as much as you do. Yeah, whatever. Alright. Wait.
Does it show me his psychological profile somewhere? I forget. I don't know. Alright. Argument. Commander White was being hostile toward me. Like, only when you're under an argument? Okay. At first I'd thought he was just being corrupt or apathetic, but he seemed to have a personal grudge against Miss Tymora and me. If I could clear up this misunderstanding, he might help me. Okay, there it is. Psychological profile. Yeah. Stubborn, stuck in his ways, seems to have a grudge against Ruby Tymora and will react negatively if you try to defend her. However, he'll respect you if you defend yourself against personal attacks. Do you have an issue with me, Commander White? Don't give me that crap. I've seen who you work for. You think I don't know what you're doing? Ruby Tymora is a crooked lawyer. I'll be dead in the ground before I help you. No right to throw baseless accusations against Miss Tymora or me. Regardless of what Miss Tymora has done, I'm the one heading this case. Client deserves a fair trial with fair representation. All I'm trying to do is give that to her. I don't want to defend Ruby Tymora. I should defend myself. I don't think defend is the way to go here. I could deflect. It's putting the focus on me. Client deserves a fair trial. I'm not sure if that would count as defending myself. But I mean, that is what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I don't think deflect would really... I don't know, it could be deflect. I'm gonna go with rationalize. It doesn't matter how you feel about Miss Tymora or me. My client deserves a fair trial with fair representation. All I'm trying to do is give that to her, and I can't do that if you withhold information from me. Nice. I've seen how she defends her clients. Forgery, bribery, blackmail. She'll do whatever it takes to win. Just another crook? Doesn't matter what you say. I know you're just like her. Maybe being her successor has nothing to do with it. You know that helping you is the right thing to do. Not Ruby Tymora. What you think of her isn't relevant here. Regardless of what you've seen her do, I'm trying to run an honest case. Forgery, bribery, blackmail. Have you seen me do any of those things? I've only defended my client by pointing out your mistakes. I don't know, I feel like deflect or rationalize could work here. Being your successor has nothing to do with it. Once again, I feel like defend is not the way to go. I just feel like deflect and rationalize are better. I'm gonna go with rationalize again. I mean, he knows it's true. I've just defended my client by pointing out his mistakes. Forgery, bribery, blackmail? Have you seen me do any of those things? Because the way I see it, I've only defended my client by pointing out your mistakes. Get wrecked? Look, kid. After what I've seen her pull in court, I'm not going to fall for it. No reason to trust you.
No matter what, I know you're a crooked lawyer raised by the biggest crook of them all.
No proof that she's a crook, and you certainly don't have any proof that I'm one either. I'm just a defense attorney who's asking you information about the case. Nothing that I've done has given you any reason to suspect me. The only thing she taught me is how to practice law. Have you ever seen me engage in any crooked behavior?
Yeah, the jazzy music, I do like it.
Defend would be defending her as well, so that's probably out. Rationalize could maybe work, but I'm thinking deflect this time. I'm just a defense attorney who's asking you for information. Nothing I've done has given you any reason to suspect me. I'm just a defense attorney who's asking you for information about the case. Nothing that I've done has given you any reason to suspect me.
Hey, there we go.
He spent some time searching for a rebuttal, but after a while, he just let out a resigned sigh.
You just want info on the case, right?
Yes, that's all I'm asking for.
Alright, fine. I'll answer your questions. But you better not make me regret this.
Hey! Let's go! I successfully persuaded Orm White. The murder weapon. I'm not entirely sure that that sword was the real murder weapon.
Right. I guess you want to prove that someone else stuck the sword in the body.
Did the Inquisition find anything suspicious on the scene?
You're asking if we found another bloody weapon lying around? We didn't.
That would have been a little too convenient, wouldn't it?
If there was another murder weapon, the killer probably walked out with it.
Do you think they could have hidden it somewhere in the tavern?
Doubt it. After the trial, Steelwind turned the place upside down and scanned it with her magic. If there was something hidden here, we would have found it already.
I can't believe you overlooked something so obvious.
Oh, shut it with that. I already got an earful about that mess from Steelwind. Now, you don't have to worry about me screwing things up. Steelwind's taken over the entire investigation.
Do prosecutors normally do that?
Nope. But she ain't no prosecutor. She's a Steelwind. I know better than to go against orders from her sort. I know we made a mistake, but she's taking this too far. She even had my men draft a map of the crime scene.
Really? Could I see it?
Knock yourself out. I have a bunch of copies. Don't know how much good it'll do you, though.
Alright, geometrically scaled map of the crime scene. Okay. 5 feet by 5 feet. Interesting. I remember the... where's her magic? Mage Blade, well, spells. Target object must be no larger than a 5-foot cube. I guess Celeste's sword isn't larger than 5 feet. I don't know, it doesn't tell me how long it is. Alright, Arya Steelwind. I heard that this was Prosecutor Steelwind's first trial. He must be pretty talented if that's true. Uh-oh. I can't continue? Oh, there we go. Pain in my ass is what she is.
My continue button is broken. The auto button works. That damn noble comes in here telling me how to do my job. Lord knows what she's... Oh, okay, I gotta hit it again. Yeah, Lord knows what she's even doing here. You think she's here on behalf of her father? I honestly don't know. My men are on edge because of that. You know, we were deployed to one of those regions. The ones where Old Man was squashing those rebellions. They said we needed to investigate the terrorists there. But by the time we got there, they just had us clean up the bodies. I hit like right arrow? No? Scaled Lord. Doesn't matter if it's women or children, Lucio Steelwind will kill them all the same. A bunch of my men quit after that. They couldn't stomach working for a monster like that. What about you? We all gotta get paid somehow. Not like I can do anything, he's basically a duke. I'd found everything that I could in the dining area, but what did it all mean? No other murder weapon was found, and there wasn't any evidence of another person at the scene either. I only knew about the anonymous witness who discovered the body. Hey, you okay, kid? Once again, I let everything else disappear from the world. Finish the dialogue, continues. Saving and restarting, bugs never happen to you. Yeah, just gotta get to a save menu. Anyone's emotions going out of control so far? Not yet. Well, I mean, we've had a few emotional outbursts, but not like nobody's gone crazy. Game crashed like twice when you're playing it. Yeah. It's weird, stuff just stops working. I guess I should be glad nothing's breaking catastrophically. UI I bugged once. Yeah, it's not bothering me too much yet. Oh. Okay, let everything disappear from the world. You listening? There's no clear evidence pointing to another killer. There is, however, evidence pointing to whether or not Flintheart moved when he was attacked. What? What did Flintheart move before he died? Oh, save it any time. There's no blood trail leading to or from the body. That fact implies something about the location of Flintheart's death. Yeah, maybe I should save and go back in. Wait, what if I just load? Is turning when a witness has their emotions out of control to show 1, 2, 3, 4 the emotion malfunctioning. It'll only show those emotions on screen with all others disappearing. Okay, yeah, we haven't had anything like that yet. Okay. No, it's still not working. I'll just reload the game quick. But yeah, it's like I could continue the dialogue with the auto button, but the next button just didn't work. Wait, which images are cute? The menu. Ah, yeah. Those are nice. So, although that sort of feels like spoilers. I guess she's gonna help us after this.
Gonna be like my secretary or something. Four parties did have once had all their emotions go out of control. Multiple across different stages. They might do something like that. I don't know. They have the emotion system. Well, they might not. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, does it work now? Oh. Yes, it does work now. Deductions. How did Flintheart move before he died? During investigations, you'll sometimes go over all that you've learned to formulate deductions. Tyrion will think through the case and raise statements that must be answered. Use the arrows to construct a sentence that responds to the statement. While more than one response may be technically true, only one response will be meaningful. Okay. He's stealing evidence getter. How did Flintheart move before he died?
What if?
What if... did not move during the attack? I mean... I'm not sure. He either walked toward the bar or he was just standing with his back turned. I'm not exactly sure.
What if?
I'm gonna go with it. Flintheart died where he was attacked. He didn't move from his position at all. He might have even died instantaneously. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. There's also the autopsy report, which said that he died from a stab from behind. He must have been facing away from his attacker. He was probably caught off guard, and he would have been in shock and too incapacitated to move. It also doesn't look like his body was dragged anywhere either. He was definitely attacked right where this chalk outline is. Wait. I mean... but they would have had to move him to put the sword in him. Did I mess up? Also the shattered bottle of lotus juice. Well, I mean, it does match the blood stain. The outline is right on top of the blood stain. And the bottle was... well, no. The bottle should have been in front of him. Because it went through his back into the bottle. There's zero penalty for getting it wrong? Okay. I guess I'll just continue. How did the bottle shatter? The fragments are right next to the body. Well, they could have moved the bottle. The body could be where it lay, but they could have moved the bottle. Also, the fragments are right next to the body. If you've seen a glass shatter, you know they fly all over the place. The bottle must have only been shattered hours ago. How did the bottle shatter? Heroes are going to say an AI round here that playing another game. The Dex edition? The what? Huh?
What if?
Chiller. No, I mean, Flintheart dropped the bottle? Well, that... It's screwing me up a little bit that we saw what happened. I sort of dislike that I actually saw what happened. Because it's like, Tyrion would have no idea. I guess drop the bottle during the attack? Flintheart dropped the bottle exactly where he was attacked, which implies that he was holding it when the attack occurred. It was funny for saying people attacked the bottle during the argument. Man, he must really hate that lotus juice. Shattered bottle of lotus juice. Okay. What's so strange about that? These details may seem insignificant, but together they'll give me a better idea of what the board looked like. Board? There's also the fact that the lights were out. Were these candles here when you arrived at the crime scene, Orem? No. We had to light some so we could see the crime scene properly. What was the state of the crime scene? We thought it was weird too. The girl and her father must have had their argument in the dark. So they didn't light any candles to make up for the broken lights. State of the crime scene. The bottle was shattered by the lamps. I just find that amusing. The killer was lit by the Inquisition. The kitchen wasn't attacked by Flintheart. Random silly statements. Your fault for getting me drunk, now die. Wasn't lit by the lamps. I guess? If there was any lighting during the attack, it could have been produced by the murderer. Oh, that's right. He did light up that light spell. I could slowly see the position of the pieces. There were still areas I was unsure of. Broken power cell. They might have been used, or they might have used a torch or a lantern of some kind. Additionally, the argument that Celeste had with Flintheart must have been sparked by something. Things seemed fine between them before I went to bed. It was spontaneous. They weren't planning to have a conversation in this room. In this darkness, Flintheart wouldn't have a lot of visibility. He probably never saw the attack coming. He would have been surprised and in too much shock to run away. Good. The bottles may seem insignificant, but he was holding it when he was attacked. Was he pouring a drink for himself or a visitor? Good. I was in a frenzy, but the commander snapped me back to reality. What was that all about? Sorry. I just get lost in my head sometimes. Yeah, well, cut it out. You were mumbling like a crazy person. Right. Sorry. It felt like I'd found everything I could here. It was time to move somewhere else. Like that for now. I do wonder how much time passed. Hey, check out my runestone. One last time. Alright, Rathbone Dungeons, McCoy Tavern upstairs. Sure, let's go upstairs. As I made my way up the stairs, I overheard Steelwind arguing with someone. If you keep showing your face here, people will start asking questions. I have the investigation under control now. All you have to do is stay quiet until this is over. No. You may be a Steelwind, but this is my land. I will do as I see fit. As I turned down the hallway, I bumped into what appeared to be a nobleman. With a quick motion, he drew a handkerchief to clean the parts of his clothes that had brushed against me, his cold gaze hardening into a contemptuous glare. He gave me the same look he'd probably give to a rotting pile of excrement on the Cornhaven streets. Oh, sorry. Watch where you're going, you weed. Ah, you're that defense attorney from the trial, aren't you? And you are? I am Garrick Pierce, the ruling noble of this land. Nobleman, age 38, the leader of House Pierce. He's the ruling noble of Cornhaven and the villages nearby. He appears to be involved in Prosecutor Steelwind's case against Celeste. But to what extent? Well, you weren't such a stubborn nuisance. I suppose I should thank you for playing your role in the current trial. I suppose that you also believe my client is guilty? I never said that. But I'm not wrong, am I? It matters not what I believe. This entire scandal has done nothing but rile up the public. Magic is a gift for the nobility, and the nobility alone. It is a symbol of our cosmic right to rule. Bastards like that girl should know their place. This is what happens when the gift of magic is used by those of impure blood. She's just an innocent woman who got wrapped up in all this. Huh. I must commend you. You almost had me fooled. Excuse me? Wait, do you actually believe her little story? What good is a defense attorney if they don't believe in their clients? Scaled lord. And here I took you for another envious commoner. But you actually believe that trite? Are you sure you're Timora's brat? I knew I had to pick my battles, but I really weighed the legal consequences of punching him square in the face. Let me tell you something, boy. Even if that bastard is innocent, the charges have been laid and made public. Someone must take the fall, lest the public accuse the justice system of corruption. If the king believes there's any unrest here, even for a moment, he will unleash Lucio Steelwind and his soldiers upon this region. I'm sure you're well aware of what tends to follow after. That doesn't mean my client should be convicted of a crime she didn't commit. What is one insignificant girl when compared to the stability and well-being of the people in this land? Alright, starting to come together now. I'm thinking Arya probably knows that Celeste is innocent. And it might not be naivety or arrogance. I mean, she does act arrogant, but maybe it's like she doesn't actually have any hatred toward us, so she tries to be fair, but at the same time she needs to win because she doesn't want her... Was it her father? Yeah, her father coming in and killing a whole bunch of people here. That's probably why she's covering up for Garrick.
You are far too short-sighted. That's enough. Stop antagonizing him, Pierce.
He glanced at the prosecutor for a moment and then back to me. For a moment, I caught a flicker of fear in his eyes. I suppose that even House Pierce had reason to fear the Steel Winds. Without another word, he walked down the stairs.
I don't agree with him.
What?
Our system should exist to deliver justice and truth, not quell public opinion.
If you really believed that, you wouldn't be working against my client. Do you honestly think she's the kind of monster who would murder her own father?
I'm not so superficial that I'd judge someone based on their appearance.
Is she just naive? Was I wrong about what I just read into?
The only thing I trust is evidence, and all of it points to her as the only possible killer.
Is that really what you believe? Or are you just hiding the fact that you're here on your father's behalf?
I'm not working with my father.
Working against him just as much as you are. Okay, well this seems to support my earlier theory. So is she just lying about... Well, maybe... I guess she wasn't technically lying. All she said was that the current evidence points to Celeste as the killer, which is technically the truth, because we don't have another suspect yet. What? She's working against her father?
My apologies. I don't know what came over me.
It's fine.
I respect you, Mr. Cuthbert. You should fight according to your own ideals, just as I will fight for mine.
I tried to think of a retort, but said nothing as she walked past me. There was a door at the end of the hallway. I saw light from under the door. Someone was inside. I tried to open the door, but it seemed to be locked. I knocked on the door, but received no answer in return. Several doors led to guest rooms. Aside from the rooms that Miss Timora and I used, they didn't look like they'd been open for quite some time. Alright. Yeah, I guess the most important part here is just the conversations. Wait. Hold up. Oh, there were some candles lighting up the hallway. It looked like they were part of the old architecture. I thought that was a door at first, but it's just the candle. Okay. To the dungeons! I arrived back at the dungeons. Celeste was huddled down in the corner of her cell. She noticed me, and the weight from her shoulders seemed to lift, if only for a moment. Hi. She had avoided me before, but I doubt she had seen many friendly faces since the trial. Hi. I can't stay for long. I just need to ask you some questions about the case. Right. The cell had a barred window. The bars were rusted. If a prisoner tried to escape, there would be a 3-story drop to freedom. Lit torches were hanging on the cell walls. It seemed a bit irresponsible to light a fire in here. But prisoner's safety was probably the last thing on the Inquisition's mind. There was a steel door that led into the cell. A magical mechanism covered by a steel box was placed over the lock. I couldn't help but notice that the mechanism had a dent in it. It looked like the impact had come from within the cell. Okay. I'm really sorry for what happened today. Well, it all ended up okay in the end, right? That was unusually forgiving. If she hadn't calmed me down, the trial may have ended very differently. I still don't understand, though. Why were there so many traces of magic at the crime scene? Did you cast Mage Blade on your sword that day? Oh, she might have. Because the bear. I used it when I was training last week. Is that where those traces came from? No. Magical traces only last for 48 hours. After that, they disappear completely. Not to mention that spells only leave traces of magic on the objects that they're cast on. Even if the sword made physical contact with the body, the traces shouldn't have spread to the wound. I'm guessing whatever was transmuted broke apart in the body. Really? Well, what does that mean then? I don't know. The floor next to the body had a strange texture to it too. If the killer used a transmutation spell, it may have changed your sword and the surrounding floor. That doesn't make any sense, though. The unbreakable sword? I know my theory sounds far-fetched, but the traces were only on parts of the sword. Oh? That must mean that the outer layer of the sword must have broken off during the murder. But my sword can't be damaged like that, even when transmutation magic is used on it. That's the whole reason why I have it. How can you be so sure? Back when I was traveling, I'd always break my weapons by swinging them too hard. They'd end up breaking in 2 or 3 swings. Maybe 4 if it was well made. How much force was she swinging these weapons with? That sword was a gift from one of my clients. He said it was specially carved from the bones of a purple worm. Transmutation spells can't damage them. Oh? I wonder if they tried to damage the sword afterwards, but transmutation spells can't damage them, so there's just marks on the sword, but no damage. I've had it for years, and it doesn't have a single chip in it. I don't even need to sharpen it. Where did you get this sword again? The Eastern Kingdoms. Isn't travel outside of Wyverngard illegal? Wyverngard? Mercenaries don't have a lot more legitimate options for work in Wyvern Guard. I did what I had to do. I doubted I'd be able to contact the sword's maker in time, if at all. I would just have to take her word for it. But if what she was saying was true, why weren't the traces of transmutation magic covering the entire sword? Linhart McCoy. Could you tell me more about your father? I'm sorry. I know this must be difficult for you. I remember how you two were yesterday. Is this really going to help? Knowing more about him could help me figure out who actually did this. Oh, right, present the badge. That's right, I gotta remember to do that. Okay. I was adopted by the McCoys when I was a baby, but they always treated me like I was part of their family. The townsfolk would always shoo me away. They didn't want anything to do with a noble bastard. My dad got into a bunch of fights with him over that. Aw. Had to go and ruin everything. Oof. He was a voice of dissidence, wasn't he? Did you share his views? I knew he hated the nobility, but I didn't know about his rallies until just recently. If I knew how much danger his life was in, I'd never have left Dwarven. I think he knew that. All my fault. Bruh. This girl needs a hug. If I'd been there that night, he'd still be... It's not your fault. No one could have expected that. I felt sorry for her, but I really needed to know more. Any witnesses? I could hear your argument from my room last night. Your neighbors must have overheard it too. Did any of them come by to check up on you two? They might have seen the person who did this. I doubt it. Even if they did see something, they wouldn't testify for someone like me. Why? I thought your father was a key figure among the dissidents. Yeah, but all of his supporters come from the neighboring towns. Everyone inside the village hates our family. Ooh. People could tell I was adopted. It's not as if I looked like either of my parents. Rumors spread about how some noble lord must have had a tryst with my mom. They were wrong, obviously, but it's hard to stop a rumor like that when it spreads. It's terrible. It's fine. I stopped caring about it years ago. Things were manageable before, but things got worse when my dad started speaking out against the nobility. He wasn't just a pariah at that point. He was drawing a lot of attention to Cornhaven. Everyone's heard the rumors about what the Grand General is doing in villages like ours. The neighbors tried to threaten my dad to stop, and when that didn't work, they started vandalizing our tavern. They'd even steal my parents' supplies. I had to come back to Wyverngard, as some of the other villagers broke into the tavern. They were cowards. They thought they could scare your dad into stopping. They were scared. My dad was painting a giant target on this region. It's not as if the kingdom would care if a village like ours was destroyed. She wasn't wrong. Stories of Lucio Steelwind were circulating in the papers for months. Even with that, he still stood at the top of this kingdom. There were no real consequences. The argument. Could you tell me why Flintheart was so angry at you? For as long as I can remember, my dad has hated magic. If you even mentioned it around him, he'd fly into a rage about it. And you were born a mage. Ever since our tavern closed, my family's been in a lot of debt. Fighting always came naturally to me, So I became a mercenary and learned how to use magic to help me fight. Most of Wyverngard's mages are in the nobility. People will pay a lot for a soldier who can use arcane magic. So that's why she was a mercenary. Gets less occupation, support a family, many people pay extra for a mercenary that can use magic. Last night, my dad found my spell compendium. When I saw him holding it, I finally came clean to him. That set him off. He shouted at me. He told me that I'd betrayed him and everything he stood for. I can't imagine how that must have felt. I deserved it. I knew how much he hated magic. He was fighting for what he believed in, and I wasn't even there to protect him. Don't say that. You couldn't have known what would happen. I'm sure he still loved you. He just lost his temper. No. I could see it in his eyes. He hated me. Oof. I felt a sharp pain in my chest as I read that, but I didn't say anything more. Bruh. There's a locked door, or a locked room in the tavern. It's at the very end of the hallway upstairs. The Inquisition probably searched it already, but it's the only room I haven't seen yet. At the end of the hallway? I think that's my room. Do you know how I could get in there? I'm your lawyer. I'm not going to do anything strange. Sorry, you're right. I always keep the key on me. You can use this to get inside. Alright. Okay, yeah, for the badge. Oh my god, look what I got. Oh, what's that? It's an attorney's runestone. It proves that I'm a certified attorney. It's filled with artificery. I can use it to take pictures of evidence in crime scenes. You seem really excited about it. I need a picture of Tyrion with one of those whirligig hats and a giant, colorful lollipop holding up his runestone. I'm gonna see if anybody's made that. I've just wanted one since I was a child. I can't believe I finally have one. Oh, that's nice. I'm happy for you. She was trying to be positive, but there were clearly more important things on her mind. Careful about spoilers, by the way. Yeah, that's true. I gotta be careful about that. I straightened my tie and stowed the runestone back in my jacket. I'll be very precise when I look it up. Okay. I mean, there's nothing else to do there. I guess I could see if she reacts to anything. Oh yeah, what about lotus juice? Can you tell me more about this? Oh, I don't really know what to say about that. Sorry. No reaction? Oops. Shouldn't show this. What did I even have selected? Reminder of... I didn't have anything selected. Oh, the autopsy. I guess it just goes to the autopsy report. I guess show her sword? This is a pretty strange sword. I've never seen anything like it. You like it? It was a gift from an Ixian lord. I'd like to remind you that travel outside of Wyverngard is illegal. You shouldn't make it a habit of telling people where you got it from. Yeah.
The pout. Worth. Oh, no. Cute pout, yeah. That's a powerful pout right there. Can I ask her about Garrick? Don't know what to say about that? Okay, she has no idea about Garrick. Oh, ow, ah. I'm so used to hitting bumpers to move through menus. Well, I don't know if showing her the crime scene photo could help. No, I shouldn't show her. Okay. I mean, you might know something about the transmutation magic that was used. Or she might notice something. Crime scene map? Don't know what to say about that. Is there anything that you can say anything about? Broken power cell. I didn't expect to find artificery in a village like yours. Yeah, I bought it for my family to make their lives easier, but I think it just made things more complicated. Honestly, I was hoping it would make my dad hate magic less. It malfunctioned a lot. He'd get so angry every time it stopped working. He really hated the thing. Yeah, without an arcane power cell, those lights aren't very useful. I don't know why he kept trying to use it when he hated it so much. Bruh. Oh my goodness, I might as well ask her about Mage Blade. It's a spell that magically sharpens my sword so that it can cut through plate armor. Did you find yourself using this spell a lot? Well, it's not just for plate armor. I can cut through all kinds of things with it. Trees, boulders, ballistas, fortified gates. It cuts through most of these things like butter. Excuse me? What were you doing that you needed to cut up ballistas and fortified gates? Yeah, I was really starting to wonder what kind of life she led before today. Oh. Okay, anyway, I guess... well, let's see. What about people? I haven't really tried any people. Maybe Arya Steelman? Don't know what to say. Okay. Anyway, back to the inn, or the tavern, whatever. Celeste's room. I slid Celeste's key into the lock and turned it, allowing the door to creak open. I heard the fumbling of objects on the other side. Someone else was there. Jolene McCoy? Oh. I didn't even know you were here. I've already told you knights everything that I know. What more do you... Oh, it's you. Something about the way the woman carried herself reminded me of Celeste. I knew she was adopted, but she clearly took after her mother. I recognized the same bubbly warmth in the woman's posture, tempered with a subtle hint of maturity. Sorry if I'm intruding, but what are you doing in Celeste's room? Oh, so sorry. I'm Jolene. I'm Celeste's mother. Employed age 46, Celeste's mother. Can't imagine what she's going through. She not only has to grieve her husband's death, but also deal with her daughter's arrest for his murder.
I can't thank you enough for everything that you've done for her. I really appreciate you sticking by her after she hit you like that. It's fine, really. I kinda deserved it for freezing up like that. Anyway, Jolene was Flintheart's wife. That meant that she knew him better than anyone else, even Celeste. Do you mind if I ask you some questions? Of course. I'll do anything to help. Helped Celeste a lot, but can I really trust him? Badge. The eye revealed a hint of fear and distrust from her. Oh my god, look at this shiny rock I got. Oh, what's this? It's an attorney's runestone. It identifies me as a certified attorney. Wow, you must have worked very hard to get that. Pats him on the head, gives him a lollipop. Yeah, it also has a magical tool that lets me take pictures of crime scenes. Wow, that's amazing. Something about her overly enthusiastic tone reminded me of my late mother. Well, first I should talk to her. Linhart McCoy. Can you tell me more about your husband? Why did he hate magic so much? I understand that magic is a symbol of the nobility, but things sounded different with him. It's as if he thought Celeste had betrayed him somehow. I wasn't there when they were arguing, but I can only imagine what he said to her. He's never had anything good to say about mages, and I could see how much his words indirectly hurt her. Did something happen? I don't really know. I don't trust him enough. I shouldn't talk about Effie. Who is Effie? Should I ask her about? I mean... Hey, do you know anything about your husband's friend? I actually saw Garrick Pierce here earlier. Did he say anything to you? No, I didn't even know he was here. Maybe it's for the best. The Gary we knew is probably long gone by now. Gary? I can't ask her about Gary? What if I talk again? No, it's just the same thing. Oh, I haven't examined the room yet. A fancy-looking bed. You like it? Celeste had it custom-made by someone in the city. Wouldn't something like this be really expensive? It was. I was really surprised when she returned from her travels. She was making a lot of gold from her job as mercenary. I'm happy for her, but I still wish she'd do something less dangerous. Door leading to the upstairs hallway. Painting of a woman with a strange animal. The text says Madeline Kipling. Oh, I've always loved that painting. Celeste brought it back from her travels. That girl runs a wildlife sanctuary for endangered species. I think that creature is called a fakip. They live in the swamps of the Eastern Kingdoms. I never knew creatures like this even existed. Table with several chairs, probably used for entertaining guests. It didn't look like it seen much use, though. Oof. Okay. Effie. Does Flintheart's resentment have something to do with Effie? How do you know about her? There shouldn't be any records of what happened.
I have my ways of finding out.
Of course. You work for Ruby Timora. What did she do? Did she strong-arm one of the neighbors into talking? We don't need people like her going around Cornhaven and opening up old wounds.
What?
Flintheart always idolized her, but I could never stand her methods.
Is this about the rumors?
Rumors?
When my mentor started fighting against the justice system, the nobility started levying accusations of misconduct against her. They spread rumors that she engaged in bribery, forgery, and blackmail, all to discredit her.
That really true?
He personally taught me how to defend persecuted mages like your daughter. You've seen how I defended Celeste. I'm doing everything honestly and legally.
Miss McCoy, I know you don't know who to trust right now, but I need to know more about Flintheart.
Right now, I don't have any leads as to who might have done this.
Okay, but promise me you won't mention any of this in court. I don't want Celeste being dragged into another scandal. And I sure as hell don't want any more Steelwinds showing up in town.
I can't make any promises, but my priority will always be to keep your daughter safe.
I guess that's as much as I can ask for.
Okay. Flintheart's past.
Effie was Flintheart's younger sister. Celeste doesn't know about her. She died 20 years ago, and Flintheart never brought her up.
What happened?
She was friends with the son of the ruling noble back then, and he'd always sneak into town to see her.
So different back then. Oh. I feel like I can see where this is going. Friends with the son of the ruling noble. The ruling noble is Garrick. Garrick uses transmutation. Magic is handed down through blood. Celeste also uses transmutation. Celeste was adopted.
Effie had always loved magic. It reminded her of the fairy tales she read growing up. He'd always show her his spells by the lake, all to make her smile. But he'd been warned not to use his spells without his instructor present. One day, he lost control of one of his spells and wounded Effie. We rushed her back into town, but it was too late. By the time we could dress her wounds, he was already gone.
Stories like that were awfully common amongst the nobility these days.
The next day, the Arcane Inquisition came to investigate what happened. The boy's parents used their influence to cover everything up. They even threatened Flintheart's family to staying quiet. After that, they told the town that Effie had been mauled to death by a wolf. Flintheart all but declared war on the nobility after that.
Actually, hold on. When did this happen? She died 20 years ago. Wait. Oh no, then that'd be impossible. If she died 20 years ago, Celeste is only 19, right? Huh. Well, that's confusing then. Unless there's something they're not telling me.
He turned our tavern into a meeting place for commoners who shared his resentment. Word spread, and night after night, more and more revolutionaries started showing up to his rallies. It wasn't long before they started planning a revolution. They started contacting like-minded groups in the towns nearby. They were even starting to arm themselves. I could only watch as everything unfolded. I'd heard stories about what the Steel Winds were doing to people like him. I begged him to stop, and so did some of the other townsfolk. We all knew he was going to get all of us killed. I was shocked when the knights told me he'd been murdered, and I wasn't surprised. I really hoped he'd let go of his anger when Celeste showed up. He was really starting to change after we adopted her.
Oh. Yeah, Celeste is only 19. Although, what if I ask about Celeste?
Why is this happening to us? Can't imagine how Celeste is taking all of this.
I'm sorry. I wish there was more I could do.
You must be feeling so alone right now. I just want to see her again and let her know that everything is going to be okay.
You will. I promise. Oh, well, yeah, that's right. The other option was Celeste McCoy.
Can you tell me more about Celeste? How did she become a part of your family? It all happened 19 years ago, a year after Effie's death. We were closing one night when we found a baby with white hair abandoned in the dining area. We waited weeks for her parents to come by, but no one ever came looking for her.
And she resigned herself to her husband to be killed eventually. Yeah. It was a messed up situation. You know, I got a crackpot theory. What if Effie never died? She could have faked her death, ran away, left Celeste here. Celeste might not actually be 19, or... well, no, she could have been born afterwards. So she still would be about 19. There's no evidence to prove it yet, but that's my crackpot theory. Although that would make it even sadder because... like, if Effie is alive, then all of this could have been avoided by, like, showing the McCoys that she was alive. They never would have had all these rallies and everything. Garrick wouldn't have had a reason to come by and kill the dad. And frame the daughter. It's not like it's all her fault, but at the same time, that was the butterfly. The butterfly of the butterfly effect. You can see where Pierce is coming from, killing Fandara? Yeah. Yeah, no one ever came looking for her.
We named her Celeste after the full moon that was out that night. We'd always wanted a child, so I thought she must have been a gift from the Scaled Lord. But one day I spotted Celeste practicing her magic. I think that's when I realized that a noble must have abandoned her at our inn. I didn't care though. I loved her all the same. Linhardt did too.
Wait,
You knew that she was a mage this entire time? I did. You haven't known her for very long. She's a terrible liar. Linhardt must have noticed it too. But I think that he didn't want to believe it. My fault. Should have forced him to see the truth. I don't know. I almost wonder if he knew. And maybe he forced her to leave so that she wouldn't get caught up in what Jolene here already knew was going to happen. Everybody getting killed. Well, and especially since it happened right after he had that talk with, oh darn it, mentor lady. Too many names. Hard to keep them all straight. Ruby Timor. Let's see. Will she say anything different if I talk about Garrick now? No. Linhardt's sister. What if I talk about this some more? I'm so sorry about what happened to Effie. That must have been traumatizing. These things happen more commonly than you'd think. Okay. Linhardt and Celeste. I spoke with Celeste earlier, and she believes her father died hating her. What? He loved her more than anything in the world. They must have been really close. More than anything. You want to hear a story? Celeste had just come from the Eastern Kingdoms. She wouldn't stop talking about this foreign drink that she loved. Linhardt did everything he could to have it shipped here. He even called in a bunch of favors to do it. Bruh. In the end, he was only able to get a single bottle of it. Is it really that rare? It's a product of the Eastern Kingdoms, and it's hard to import anything from outside of Wyverngard. Yup. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the only bottle of lotus juice in this region. Wait a minute. Lotus juice? Is this the bottle that Linhardt bought? Oh no. He was going to surprise her with it. I wondered where it had disappeared to. I found it shattered on the floor of the dining area. That's strange. Celeste would always help herself to our pantry, so he was hiding it in our room. Really? When was the last time you saw it? It was right before I left the house that night. It would have been in his room before their argument. Well, but I asked Celeste about lotus juice before. Didn't I? I mean, I'm pretty sure I did. She didn't know anything about it. Or she didn't mention anything. I did? Okay, yeah, that's weird. She just did that normal response of like, I don't know what to say about this. Okay. I'd investigated the tavern as much as I could, but there was still one last thing I needed to do. It was time to head back to the dungeon and talk to Celeste. Is there anything else I can get out of you, though? Consequence of the flow of the game. Yeah. The flow? Limbus Company mentioned? Hmm. I wonder if we can use this somehow, though. Retrieved it from his room after his argument. Then he went back down. He was sitting there. I wonder, did he get it in case she would come back? Or was he gonna drink it himself in sadness? Either way, oof. Major oof. Yeah, is... maybe the Spell Compendium? If only I'd told Flintheart about Celeste's magic, we could have avoided all of this. You shouldn't torture yourself like that. No one could have predicted this. No? Okay. Mage Blade? Can you tell me more about this? I'm sorry, but I don't know much about these things. Okay, fair enough. Already asked about Garrick. I don't know, what about Arya Steelwind? Don't know much about these things. Okay. Tell me about yourself. Sorry, but I don't know much about these things. Mood. Oh my. I just find that hilarious. Can you tell me about yourself? Sorry, I don't really know much about myself. I've got amnesia. Tell me more about what you think about Ruby Timor. No, okay. Alright, whatever. Back to the dungeon. And you know what? I should save, because it's been a while. Just in case something happens. Oh, you're back. Did you forget something? There was one last thing that I wanted to talk to you about. I wanted to talk to you about the argument you had with Flintheart. Oh. I knew what it was like to lose a parent. I'd never be able to carry that burden if I thought my mother had died hating me. I know he was angry at you, but after everything I've heard about you two, I know that he still loved you. Tyrion. Even in his final moments, I'm sure that he still cared for you. Shut up, you don't even know what you're talking about. It looked like it wouldn't be that simple, though. I would need to persuade her if I wanted her to believe me. Okay. Argument. That final argument with her father would be a lasting scar on Celeste. Throughout this entire investigation, I'd learned how much they cared for each other. I couldn't leave things as they were. I know you're just trying to make me feel better. My dad has hated mages. I knew that better than anyone. No reason behind it? There is a reason behind it. Leonard's sister. I don't know if it's my place to say this, but there's a reason why your father hated magic. What? Decades ago, he had a sister. He was killed by a mage in a tragic accident. That's why he resents magic so much. It ripped away someone that he loved dearly. I never knew that. And that just proves it then, doesn't it? Selfish of me to learn magic. I knew how he felt about it, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get away from my life here. He had every right to be angry at me. I was being selfish. No, you're wrong, because I'm an attorney. Let's see. No, okay. I'm gonna refute this with your own occupation. But you didn't learn magic just to benefit yourself, though. You used it to support your family. You gave them hope when the nobility shut down their tavern. That's... You didn't have a choice. You had a gift, and you used it to your advantage. That's not selfish. Shut up. What? Just shut up, Tyrion. Why won't you leave me alone? Celeste. You don't know anything. You weren't there. You didn't hear what he said to me. You didn't see the way he was looking at me. No, I betrayed him. I knew him. I knew him better than anyone. He loved me. He took care of me. And I threw it all away. I chose to become a mage. He would never forgive me for that. Bruh. I'm taking emotional damage. Take a look at this picture, Celeste. What's this? Broken glass? Wait, that bottle. It's a bottle of lotus juice. These shards were on the floor of the crime scene. What? That can't be true. They don't even sell it in Wyverngard. Your father called in a bunch of favors to have it imported for you. He did? He didn't hate you, Celeste. He imported your favorite drink just to make you happy. No. That still doesn't change anything. If he did all that for me, it was before he knew the truth. That's not true. Stop acting like you know anything about us. You only met us yesterday. How could you know how he felt about me? Don't you think I want to believe you? I know the truth. He hated me. He hated me just like he hated every other mage. Celeste, your mother said that the bottle was stowed in her room, but I found it shattered in the dining area near where the murder happened. He was holding it when he died. That means he retrieved it after your argument. So, why would he have your gift if he was still angry at you? Darn it. Now they throw the music at me. I'm already having a hard enough time getting through this as it is. It's because he loved you, Celeste. He knew he'd lost his temper and hurt you. So he was going to use that gift to apologize to you. What?
I still don't like this. My daughter, working as a mercenary of all things.
Come on, Dad. You know I can handle myself out there.
You shouldn't have to.
I closed the inn. If I didn't do this, we wouldn't have made it through the last few winters. I know you're worried, but I can do this. No one can ever beat me in a fight.
Just be careful. I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to you.
Don't worry. Just let me do this for you. You and Mom both took me in. You took care of me for my entire life. I know I'm not really your daughter, but...
Why would you say something like that?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean...
Those idiots in town say that. Tell me who. I'll go knock them out right now.
Dad, no one said that. It's just...
You're a McCoy. You've always been a McCoy. You're our daughter. I won't let anyone say otherwise, especially you.
Okay. Thanks, Dad. I love you.
I love you too.
Could I ever think that? She trailed off. She had barely been keeping it together throughout the whole argument. But her voice began to break, and she broke along with it. She paused for a moment, trembling. Then she slowly fell against me. She gripped me tightly, everything from the last few days finally crashing down on her. I was sure I was the last person she wanted to comfort her, but I was the only one there. She'd held back her grief for this long. She was strong, much stronger than I had been. I hesitated, unsure of how to respond. I just held her as her quiet sobs echoed softly throughout the cell. Celeste, I'm sorry, but please don't talk right now. I did as she asked. I wasn't sure if it was enough, but I held her tightly. Are you feeling better? Yeah, thanks. She wiped her eyes. They were still red. But she smiled at me, and it wasn't forced this time. Do you need water? What? I figured you lost fluids, and I thought... You might be dehydrated? What was I saying? Celeste snorted out a laugh. I felt silly, but something about seeing her laugh left me flustered. Tyrion? Is everything really going to be okay? It will be. I'll get you that acquittal, no matter what. Man, king, or god? Yes. Man, king, or god. She giggled to herself. That smug look. Oh my. Anyways, you should rest. The trial is going to resume soon. I learned as much as I could about what happened, but I had to assume that Steelwind had done the same. I was right, completely fallen for the first innocent girl on his way. Yeah. Yeah, I ship them. Who knew what the prosecution had in store for us? I just had to hope that I'd stacked the board in my favor. Alright. Has Pierce given you all the details, Rudolph? Will you remember them? Yes. My notes are pristine, and I pride myself on my eidetic memory. Just so there are no misunderstandings, I do not approve of this. You said it yourself, Lady Steelwind. The evidence proves that I couldn't have murdered Flintheart, which leaves the bastard child as the only suspect. I don't know if it proves that you couldn't have. We don't know what sort of tricks Timora's stooge may pull tomorrow. Just see this as a way of securing a just verdict. There will be no need for your father to intervene. Alright. Actually... Hi, Miss Timora. Cuthbert. How did the investigation go? I feel more prepared at the very least. I don't know exactly what happened, but I have a clearer picture of the crime scene. What did you find out? So, there are still no clues directly pointing to another suspect. Have you been able to coax any new details from McCoy? She's already told me everything she knows. She's not the one who killed Flintheart, Miss Timora. I'm sure of that now. You trust people far too easily, Cuthbert. You say that like it's a bad thing. It's going to get you hurt one of these days. People are never as innocent as they appear. Does that include you? What? Commander White had a lot of things to say about you. Should I have listened to him? What are you trying to say? I'm saying that I never believed the rumors about you. Not for a second. You saved me when I had nothing, and taught me how to fight against the nobility. Everyone told me you were a criminal. I wouldn't be here right now if I'd listened to them. Cuthbert. I'm not going to stop trying to see the best in people. Celeste is innocent, and I'll prove that to everyone, including you. I wonder, like, did she engage in blackmail and bribery or whatnot? She looked a little guilty there. Although that could just be guilt from having that argument thrown back in her face. You can be really stubborn sometimes. You know that? I get it from you. That seemed to get a chuckle out of her. I wish I could see the world the way you do, Cuthbert, but the truth isn't always what you want it to be.
I know, but I'm not going to let that change me. I took a deep breath and readied myself. I was approaching the endgame now. All I had to do was move the final pieces into place and end this once and for all. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be the last confrontation. The bailiff led Celeste into the courtroom, and I followed closely behind them. Court is now resumed for the trial of Celeste McCoy. Let us review the proceedings from yesterday. The defense presented some unfortunate oversights made during the investigation.
I personally saw to it that the crime scene was thoroughly inspected this time.
I see. I suppose that puts my mind at ease, if nothing else.
At yesterday's trial, we found an inconsistency between the crime scene photo and the autopsy report. Because of this, the defense argued that a third party must have interfered with the crime scene to frame the defendant. To clear any doubts you may have, the individual who discovered the body has decided to testify today.
Really? It was my understanding that they wanted to remain anonymous.
The witness in question was within the gallery of the trial yesterday. After yesterday's proceedings, he felt that he couldn't stay silent any longer.
Very well. Let's hear from this witness. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
My name is Reginald Rudolph. I am a chauffeur.
Rudolph appeared to be writing something in a notebook. His pen glided across the page, filling line after line within seconds. Mr. Rudolph?
Ah, forgive me. I was merely recording everyone present in this room.
You're taking notes?
I always keep clear and detailed records of my actions each day. I've found that ordering the present naturally brings order to the future.
What? With such detailed records, your testimony about the defendant must be thorough indeed.
Actually, I witnessed much more than just the defendant. I saw the crime as it was being committed, and I wrote down everything that I had witnessed.
What? If what you're saying is true, why have you waited until now to testify?
We had initially concluded that the evidence alone was decisive enough. We saw no need for Mr. Rudolph to testify. However, that clearly changed after yesterday's trial.
There was no way the prosecution wouldn't use eyewitness testimony from the start. There had to be another reason why he didn't take the stand yesterday. Very well. Mr. Rudolph, please testify to the court about what you saw that night.
I was transporting a client in my carriage that evening. We were driving by the McCoy Tavern when we heard a disturbance. This occurred at 1:08 a.m. Worried that something was amiss, I walked into the establishment to see what the commotion was about. That was when I saw the defendant, lit by the blue glow of the dining room lights. She had stabbed Flintheart, and her sword was shining with magical energy.
Well, there's strike number one. Blue glow of the dining room lights.
She pulled her sword from Flintheart's back. As he turned to face her, she stabbed him again in the chest.
I feel like
we should be able to point out that he did not turn around. She soon realized that I had witnessed her heinous crime. She dropped her weapon, still impaled in Flintheart, and fled the scene. Incredible. If everything occurred as the witness described, then I see no room for debate. Of course, the evidence has always been irrefutable. Yes, always. I didn't remember seeing another carriage when I left to look for Celeste, but it was pretty dark. I could have just missed him. Celeste, did you see him when you left the tavern? No, I don't think I've ever met him before. Does that mean what I think it means? We shouldn't jump to conclusions, but if he testified that you saw him, he's clearly lying. I just needed to find out why. The defense may now begin their cross-examination. I could mess you up right now, but let's see what you got to say. Transporting a client. Who was the passenger in your carriage? Ah, well...
Objection!
The identity of the passenger is irrelevant. The current witness is the person who observed the crime. If there was another person at the scene, they may also have crucial testimony. The passenger is under no obligation to testify before the court. The current witness's account of the events is more than adequate. I agree. I see no reason for Mr. Rudolph to disclose the identity of his client. All right. We were driving by the McCoy Tavern when we heard a disturbance. This occurred at 1:08 a.m. Can I assume the disturbance was the argument between my client and her father? Yes, I heard two distinct voices, one young woman and an older man. Right, that also matched up with what the neighbors heard. What did you do after hearing this disturbance, Mr. Rudolph? Worried that something was amiss, I walked into the establishment to see what the commotion was about. You stopped your carriage in the middle of a job? What did your passenger think of this? He took no issue with it. What kind of passenger would be okay with stopping mid-drive? The passenger's thoughts on the matter are irrelevant to his testimony, unless you have any hard evidence to prove otherwise. She objected whenever I brought up the passenger. There was something more there. Now then, please tell us what you saw in the establishment, Mr. Rudolph. That was when I saw the defendant, lit by the blue glow of the dining room lights. She had stabbed Flintheart, her sword shining with magical energy. You sound certain that you saw my client and the victim. How were you so sure it was them? Flintheart McCoy and his daughter were well known within the town. Flintheart made himself quite known in the region through his social activism. And young Celeste tends to stand out whenever she walks through the streets. Is he hitting on me? It does make sense. You don't really look like the average commoner. Are you hitting on me? Oh my goodness. He's serious. Anyways, Mr. Rudolph, do you live in Cornhaven? I don't live there, but my work brings me into town quite frequently. The witness's place of residence has no bearing on his testimony. What matters is that he was there when the murder occurred. Steelwind kept deflecting questions about his life. He do be sweating. She pulled her sword from Flintheart's back. As he turned to face her, she stabbed him again in his chest. So you're saying that my defendant stabbed him twice with her sword? Yes, that's exactly what I saw. There's only one visible wound on the body. If what you say is true, then that means she stabbed him through the same wound. Isn't that extremely improbable? Improbable, but not impossible. It may be strange, but that's what the witness saw happen. She was reaching with that, but I wouldn't get anywhere unless I could prove he was lying. She soon realized that I had witnessed her heinous crime. She dropped her weapon, still impaled in Flintheart, and fled the scene. You supposedly witnessed a murder and you let the perpetrator get away? Okay, but really though, she's pretty strong. How would he stop her? I'm just a simple carriage driver. I have no way of combating an armed assailant. The witness also saw the defendant using magic. Would you really expect a chauffeur to subdue an armed mercenary? I guess not. He probably came up with a detailed story beforehand and wrote everything down. His quirk is the perfect cover for him to read over his notes. It'll probably be hard to catch him lying if he has a way to keep his story straight. It's actually just the opposite. With this many details, it'll be that much easier to find an inconsistency. I just needed to find it. And actually, I've already found it. Okay. Although, I sort of want to bring up... There's that 1:08 a.m., and then he died at 1:12. Although I feel like maybe they could explain that and say, like, he didn't die instantly? Well, but... actually, did it say he died instantly? No, it just says he died at 1:12 a.m. I mean, I doubt there's any... doubt there's any consequences to getting this wrong. Just in case. Oops. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yep. So... the blue glow of the dining room lights is what I should be going after, but... I want to point this out and see what happens. Your Honor, it's clear that the witness's testimony is contradictory, and this piece of evidence proves it. I failed to see how that proves anything, Mr. Cuthbert. Oh, I guess you're right. Okay. So we're not going to say anything about the time difference? Okay. Anyway. Broken power cell. Generic failure statement, yeah. Objection! Rudolph, you testified that you saw my client murdering the victim, and you supposedly saw her casting magic while doing so. Yes, I could never forget such a grisly sight. That moment was burned into my memory. I see. Well, it's funny you say that. What makes you say that? Because your entire testimony was a complete lie. What? Are you accusing the witness of perjury? Surely you know that such accusations can't be made lightly, Mr. Cuthbert. Miss Steelwind, the dining room lights are artificatory devices that are powered by an arcane power cell. However, that same arcane power cell was broken during the time of the murder. Those lights had no energy, and the room would have been pitch black. The witness couldn't have seen anything, much less a homicide. Wait, I can explain. There's no need, witness. You could have easily seen another source of light. The McCoys probably lit a candle or a lantern because of the blackout. The witness clearly described a source of blue light. A rudimentary candle or lantern wouldn't emit a color like that. Then the witness was clearly mistaken.
Alright, and if they're mistaken about that, what else are they mistaken about?
The witness records everything he sees in his notebook. He even remembers the exact time that this encounter occurred. So why would he be incorrect about such a clear and obvious detail? No. What the witness saw was some form of magic. Due to the lack of power, it couldn't have been artificery. It must have been an arcane spell. That's it.
Witness?
I was mistaken about something. Please allow me to revise my testimony.
Oh. Arya's like, bro, what are you doing?
Mr. Cuthbert, what are your thoughts?
If he thinks he saw something different, then it's only fair to hear him out. Because Celeste only knows one spell.
It didn't matter. No matter what he came up with, I'd tear through each of his lies. I remember now. Yesterday they said Flintheart was killed using magic, yes? I must have seen Miss McCoy channeling a magic spell. The spell was called Mage Blade, wasn't it? That's it. The blue glow that I saw was created by Mage Blade.
I see. So the blue light that you saw came from the defendant's magic. Arya's pissed.
Mr. Cuthbert, you may proceed with your cross-examination. With pleasure.
Unfortunately for you, it's yellow.
Are you changing your testimony based on yesterday's trial? No, that's not what this is. It's just that after thinking about it, I finally understood what I saw. I must have seen Miss McCoy channeling a magic spell. Wouldn't that be pretty noticeable and distinct? The crime took place in a village of farmers, and the defendant's magic wasn't known to many until that night. What reason would the witness have to think that he was witnessing magic? He would just think that the sword was wreathed in a glow by some other means.
Bro, you're trying to reach for the moon in that one.
That last part was a bit far-fetched, but I need something concrete to refute it. But actually, does Mage Blade actually glow?
I mean, I think it was a yellow glow when I look at the spell, but I'm not sure if it actually glows or if that's just supposed to be a fancy display of it. I don't know.
The spell was called Mage Blade, yes? You seem uncertain about the spell you saw. How can we trust the rest of your testimony? It doesn't matter if he was unable to identify the specific spell. The only thing that matters is that he saw it happen. I wouldn't get anywhere unless I could present a clear contradiction. That's it. The blue glow that I saw was created by Mage Blade. You still don't sound so sure of it yourself. I wasn't sure of it at first, but then I remembered that they found traces of magic at the crime scene. I didn't realize I was looking at a magic spell. Is it really so hard to believe?
I suppose not. Not that I actually believed him.
He just keeps telling lie after lie. She was trying to keep her composure, but her fists were firmly clenched. He's trying to cover up his mistake. I'm sure he's making things up on the spot now. He doesn't know how magic works. I bet he barely understands what Mageblade even does. Which meant that there had to be a flaw with his testimony. Okay. Blue glow created by Mageblade. Yeah, the object emits a yellow radiant glow. Correct. Rudolph, you don't know much about magic, do you? Of course not. Are you trying to say that I should have recognized Celeste's Mageblade? No. I admit that you probably wouldn't know what Mageblade looks like. But that's exactly where you made your mistake. My mistake? Rudolph, if you are aware of how Mageblade works, then you would know that the spell emits a yellow radiant glow. Which means that the blue glow you saw couldn't have possibly been Mageblade. This is ridiculous. What's the significance of seeing a blue glow instead of a yellow one? It's extremely significant, Prosecutor. If the witness saw a blue magical glow, then he must have witnessed a different spell at the scene. Preposterous. You don't have any evidence to support that claim. That blue light made a large impression on the witness. He wrote it down in his notebook. He even mentioned the color in both of his testimonies. I find it hard to believe that he'd be mistaken about something like that. So, what did you see, Mr. Rudolph? Did you see my client at the scene casting a spell that she couldn't possibly cast? Or did you actually see another mage at the scene? Well... Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line. Let me remind you that perjury is a crime, Rudolph. If you're found to have lied in your testimony, I will personally see to it that you're prosecuted. No, wait. Now that is quite enough of that. Suddenly, Garrick Pierce. Garrick Pierce had stood up from within the gallery and walked to the witness stand, shoving Rudolph out of his way. He'd broken several laws with that one act alone, but no one moved to stop him. The bailiff looked to the judge wearily, and awaited instruction. The judge said nothing. His eyes simply narrowed as he waited for Pierce's next move. Pierce, there is no need for you to take the stand. Nonsense. I have nothing to hide. I will not stand idly by while your case falls apart. It seemed that for the first time, the prosecutor had lost control of the room. What is the meaning of this, Miss Steelwind? This is Garrick Pierce, Your Honor. I am the Honorable Lord of Cornhaven, and many other villages in that region. I'm afraid I must apologize. These misunderstandings have been entirely my fault. What do you mean, Lord Pierce? You see, Rudolph was not the one who witnessed the crime that fateful night. It was me. I was the one who saw that gruesome attack. Bruh. Thank you for stepping into this wide-open bear trap. You put yourself on the stand. That is your worst mistake. I had my driver report the body so that I could remain anonymous. Are you saying that you had Rudolph lie for you? I simply dictated to him what I saw and had him repeat that to law enforcement. With what's been in the news lately, it simply wouldn't do for a member of the nobility to appear publicly in court. But alas, it appears the time for discretion has passed. Lord Pierce,
Regardless of your good intentions, this is a very clear act of perjury.
I understand, and I will accept the consequences of that. However, I would be remiss if Rudolph's shoddy testimony allowed that girl to escape justice. Please, Your Honor, allow me to testify as to what I saw that night.
Very well. This is highly irregular, but I believe the court will benefit from your testimony. However, know that this misconduct will not be without consequences.
Very well.
From the look on the Lord's face, it was clear that he would only get off with a slap on the wrist.
Alright, this might be the last court battle. On the night of the murder, I found myself unable to sleep, so I took a leisurely carriage ride around Cornhaven. I happened to be passing by the McCoy Tavern when I heard a loud commotion from within the building. Curious, I stopped my carriage and took a single step inside the establishment. That is when I saw the scene inside. I saw the defendant stabbing that poor man with her sword.
Garrick Pierce. He's a member of the nobility.
That also means he's a mage.
Perjury consequences being enforced? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, especially in this setting. Like, he's probably going to get a fine and that's it. It's going to be nothing to him. Slap on the wrist, like they said. Although, well, oh, you're pointing out that there wouldn't be any repercussions in Ace Attorney. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the judge has a little more power here.
Does that mean...
There's no doubt about it. He's the only other person who could have left those traces of transmutation at the crime scene. He has to be the mage that we're looking for.
Oh, my daddy's a murderer.
Sorry, this must be a lot for you right now.
Don't worry about me. Just take him down. On the night of the murder, I found myself unable to sleep. I took a leisurely carriage ride around Cornhaven.
That seems like a strange way to pass the time. Not that I believed him for a second.
The witness's eccentricities are beside the point. What matters is that he was clearly at the scene. I wouldn't quite put it that way. However...
Actually, before we get more into this, I need to make another quick bathroom break. So, I'll be right back in just a bit. Alright, I am back. Alright, so Garrick Pierce is on the stand. It's time to take him apart. I happened to be passing by the McCoy Tavern when I heard a loud commotion from within the building. I'm guessing this commotion was the argument between my client and the victim? One would conclude that, yes. We've gone over this point several times, but their voices were raised loudly during their argument. It's not unreasonable to say that the witness heard them from his carriage. Curious, I stopped my carriage and took a single step inside the establishment. That is when I saw the scene inside. If he was at the tavern entrance, then that would mean he would be where the W token is. Okay. You saw the entire scene from the entrance? It would be quite dark considering that the lights weren't operational, even if my client was using Mageblade at the time. Ah, of course. I'd forgotten that detail. I couldn't see what was happening, so I used my magic to illuminate the scene. You used magic at the crime scene? Yes, I remember it clearly. I conjured a blue light to illuminate the scene. Alright, he's got that covered. That same blue light must have been what my driver saw. I thought that Rudolph didn't witness the crime at all. If I had to guess, Mr. Rudolph must have seen the blue light from the carriage. Because of that, he made that detail a part of his testimony earlier. That made sense. Rudolph was so sure he saw a blue light. It would have been strange if he were lying about that. Which spell did you use to illuminate the crime scene? It was the Conjure Light spell. Okay, Transmutation, Luxo, Gesture none. Duration while concentrating, concentration yes. Wait, but it can only be used while concentrating. Aww. Did he not cast a spell? Huh. I guess it could have been like a throwing knife or something, but it went through him and hit the bottle. Huh. Alright, for as long as the caster concentrates on this spell, the mote of magical light will be centered above their head. The color of the light is chosen by the caster and can be changed at will for the spell's duration. This mode of light provides illumination for up to 15 feet of the caster, no further. Up to 15 feet. If each of those blocks are 5 feet. Your Honor, if the witness used magic at the crime scene, then I'd like for his spell compendium to be added to the court record. I see no reason to invade the witness's privacy over a trivial illumination spell. I agree. The defense will need a stronger reason to requisition the witness's spell compendium. Right you are, Your Honor. Your wisdom is truly fitting of your station. Oh, shut up. I used Conjure Light to illuminate the scene from the tavern entrance. From there, I clearly saw the crime unfold. Casting a spell seems like a pretty significant detail to forget. For you, maybe. But for a practiced mage like myself, using magic is as natural as moving my arm. That could be possible. I use the Eye of Horus so much that I'm barely conscious of it half the time. I saw the defendant stabbing that poor man with her sword.
Let me guess. Did she stab him from opposite sides each time? Yes, now that you mention it, I do recall that happening. Tyrion, you shouldn't have said that. Because if he had said something different, then that would be something to throw at him. Don't get arrogant now. Although I have no idea why she would do that. Unless you can prove that she didn't do exactly what I described. I suppose not. At least not yet, anyway. Keeps saying that he stood at the entrance this entire time. That has to be a lie. Right. If he stabbed Flintheart, he would have been a lot closer to him. How would I prove that, though? Yeah, I'm thinking the distance of the light is the trick. Whoops. Contradictory. Yeah, the autopsy report. I didn't oopsie. There we go. Okay, conjure light. 15 feet. Crime scene map, let me just... Yeah, there are 4 squares between the entrance and the victim. Well, 5 if you count the one he'd be standing on. That'd be 20 feet, at least. Objection! Pierce, you said that you illuminated the scene from the tavern entrance. Did you take a single step inside the building? Of course not. I remember it very clearly. I only stood at the entrance. Then maybe you can help me go over this map of the tavern. If we take a look at this map, that would place you right here, where the W is. Of course. Do I need to repeat myself? Well, I find it interesting that you illuminated the crime scene from all the way back there. Considering that Conjure Light only illuminates an area within 15 feet of the caster. What? Pierce, Conjure Light doesn't behave like a normal light source. It only provides illumination up to 15 feet of the caster. If you had stayed at the entrance, your spell wouldn't have shown you anything. Jackson. The spell's range is irrelevant. We've already established that the victim would have been illuminated by a mage blade. The witness clearly stated that he couldn't see what was happening. That was why he cast Conjure Light in the first place. But what does this mean? Lord Pierce, did you illuminate the crime scene or not? Well, I can answer that question for you, Your Honor. The witness did illuminate the scene of crime. He illuminated it because he was standing right where it happened. Mr. Cuthbert, what are you getting at? Your Honor, the defense would like to formally accuse Garrick Pierce of murdering Flintheart McCoy. Hold on for a moment. This is absurd. I could have easily used a different spell to illuminate the room. And which spell would that be, Pierce? The specific spell escapes me. I'm not sure which one I used now that I think of it. You idiot. Well, maybe we can figure it out together. When you relinquish your spell compendium to the court. Oh, snap. Steelwind, say something. If you had listened to my instructions, you wouldn't be in this situation. You've made your bed. Now lie in it. Steelwind, you treacherous... That's enough.
It appears that the prosecution has no objections. With everything that has occurred, I'm afraid I must ask Lord Pierce to relinquish his spell compendium to the court.
Nice. Okay. Contains the formulas for prestidigitation, conjure light, conjure water, frost wave, and shape liquid. Wait a minute. Okay, but was he using multiple spells at the same time? How? Wait, maybe that's prestidigitation. Oh. I see now. I see how he did it. I think.
We did it. We got his spell compendium.
With that, the case was as good as ours. Or was it? She didn't even try to stop me from taking his spell compendium. I doubted she'd do that just to spite Pierce. Snap of the fingers while concentrating. Wait, no? Okay, well this... Simple and harmless visual effect around their hand. The effect will last as long as they maintain concentration on this spell. Conjure water. Stretch palm. Duration indefinitely. Concentration, yes. Causes water to magically flow out of the caster's hand. The water will flow so long as the caster maintains concentration on the spell. Well, if it doesn't disappear when he stops concentrating. Frost wave. Anything caught within range is hit by a blast of extremely cold air. Liquids will be immediately frozen, and organic life will immediately enter stages of hypothermia. Concentration, no. Outstretch both hands. Instant. Shape liquid. Point finger at target while concentrating. While concentrating on the spell, the caster can magically manipulate up to 10 liters of liquid and form it into complex shapes. At any time, the caster can choose to freeze the liquid and solidify its current shape. While frozen, the caster can also choose to make the liquid instantaneously melt. Your Honor, I've looked at the spells in Lord Pierce's compendium. Conjure Light is the only spell that he can cast that would shed a blue light. It's clear that his testimony and many of his statements were false. The brat, such insolence. Lord Pierce could very well be a suspect in the murder of Flintheart McCoy. I'd argue that his presence, that this presents enough reasonable doubt to acquit the defendant. Mr. Cuthbert, I acknowledge that Lord Pierce's actions are quite suspect. However, I will not pass a verdict just yet. There is much more we need to learn.
What? That's not how it works. We proved that there's reasonable doubt. That should be enough to acquit me, right?
In a normal case, maybe, but the situation is different for this trial. The public won't accept an unsolved homicide involving magic. Yeah. So here it's guilty until proven innocent. Unless we can unequivocally prove your innocence, the court will keep drawing things out.
What? But that's not fair.
That's just how our system works. The kingdom has always cared more about easing public tension than delivering justice.
Are you serious?
The court will be suspending the trial of Celeste McCoy until further notice. We have no choice but to give the Inquisition time to investigate Lord Pierce as a possible suspect.
Objection!
Bruh. A possible suspect? The very idea of that is preposterous, Your Honor. What else did she have up her sleeve? Let's revisit the basic facts of this case. Flintheart McCoy was murdered using a blade with a transmutation spell active on it. Mr. Cuthbert, why don't you tell me the spells that Lord Pierce knows? His spells are Prestidigitation, Conjure Light, Conjure Water, Frostwave, and Shape Liquid. I feel like that Prestidigitation has some purpose. I know he must have used Conjure Water, Shape Liquid, and Frostwave to deliver the final blow. But he also had Conjure Light. I almost wonder, now that this is reaching, I wonder if Prestidigitation could make illusions of the actions that are required to cast some of those other ones, and in that way conjure multiple spells at once. But then there's the concentration. I don't know how that would work with concentration. Although, I think Conjure Water, Shape Liquid, and Frostwave could be used in quick succession. So it's not like you'd have to cast them all at once. But the thing is to Conjure Light. Although, wait, no. Did he even have Conjure Light on? No, I think he turned out the light, which would leave him free to cast those. The victim didn't move, so he knew where he was. Yeah, so he could turn out the light and then fire ice shards at him. The ice shards would melt inside the body, leading to the magic traces inside the body. And also the sticky floor. I think I got it. Wait a minute. You've realized it too, haven't you? The witness doesn't know any transmutation spells that can be channeled through a solid object. Yeah, but he could use transmutation on the sword afterwards. It wasn't on the whole sword, it was just spotty. That can't be right. Huh, you're right. You're absolutely right, Steelwind. That was a villain face. I see. If all of that is true, I would still leave the defendant as the only possible killer. He was the only mage there. It has to be him. Oh, yeah, well... And again, with the water, if the water got on the sword, then that would leave traces of magic on the sword. So it's not... He didn't do anything to the sword. It was just water all the way. But he doesn't know any transmutation spells that could be cast on your sword. We can't prove that he stabbed him while using magic. Wait, how did he do it then? She was right. How did he do it? Since the beginning, I've been bothered by the traces of transmutation magic surrounding Flintheart's body. Originally, I thought that the killer had somehow magically altered the sword and the surrounding wooden floor. But none of Pierce's spells could do something like that. Those transmutation traces were scattered all over the place. They didn't even fully cover the sword. So what if he didn't use a sword? What if he used something else? The defense did cast some doubt on this witness's testimony. Nevertheless, I must conclude that he could not have possibly committed the murder. With that in mind... Please wait, Your Honor. We still can't rule out Pierce as a suspect just yet. What are you on about? Lady Steelwind said it herself. None of my spells could be used to stab Flintheart. I don't know any spells that can be channeled through a blade. But you can conjure water. Yeah, Frostwave is instant. Shape Liquid is while concentrating. Conjure Water is indefinite. So Conjure Water, immediately let that go. Shape Liquid, and then immediately cast a Frostwave. And then, well, maybe Prestidigitation? No. Harmless visual effect. Maybe it's just not used at all. I don't know. I don't know why he would need a visual effect. It's the only thing it does. Oh, right. Okay. So he would have shaped the liquid. And then used Shape Liquid to also move the liquid, like fire it towards Flintheart, and then hit it with a frost wave as it was traveling. Or well, actually. Well, at any time the caster can choose to freeze the liquid. So he wouldn't even have to cast Frost Wave. I'm overthinking it there. But he conjured water, and then shaped liquid. Okay, anyway. Conjure water. No. Pierce didn't have a spell that could be channeled through Celeste's sword, which meant that those traces of transmutation magic must have come from somewhere else. Not only that, they must have come from the spell that Pierce used to stab Flintheart. Okay. So, shape liquid? But you didn't use a metal blade, did you? What nonsense is this? The autopsy report clearly states that the wound was created by a blade. If he didn't channel magic through a blade, how could he have possibly committed the crime? Steelwind. Eric Pierce didn't kill the victim using a sword. He killed him using an object shaped exactly like a sword. No. Does he know the truth? What? I'm afraid I don't quite understand, Mr. Cuthbert. Your Honor, I'd like to bring your attention to Pierce's spell compendium. Garrett Pierce knows a seemingly insignificant spell called Shape Liquid. With it, he can control any liquid and mold it into any complex shape he wants. He can even freeze it, locking that shape in place. If he had enough water, he could create a sword made purely out of ice. No. Is it possible that he... What do you have to say for yourself, Lord Pierce? Stubborn little brat. Pierce's breathing became frantic. He clearly wasn't prepared to be backed into a corner like this. I could feel his frustration, stress, and fear emanating through the Eye of Horus. The board was set. I just had to deliver the final blow.
The pipe organ.
I'll tell you exactly what I have to say, you commoner. I'm not the one on trial here. We're here because that bastard child didn't know her place. I saw the murder. I witnessed everything. That girl used our holy arts to murder her father because she lacked a noble's temperament.
What do I use to reflect? Saw the murder, I witnessed everything. I'm not sure what I should present here. Present my attorney's runestone. Shows the traces of transmutation magic. Celeste Spell Compendium. I'm not sure exactly what I'm supposed to be refuting here. She lacked a noble's temperament. I almost wonder if I'm supposed to hit him with Flintheart's sister. But I feel like that'd be too far of reach. What if I hit him with the occupation? She learned magic to support her family. That would sort of go with the noble's temperament thing, maybe? I can't save right now. Okay. I'm gonna go with that. Nope, that wasn't right. Okay. He claimed to have witnessed the whole murder, but I've already proved that he didn't in the last testimony. All I had to do is show evidence to prove him. Okay, so I am refuting the I saw the murder. Show the evidence that proves him wrong. I mean, am I supposed to use the same evidence? The crime scene map? I guess. I'll try that. No? Prove that he didn't in the last testimony. What do you want from me? Is it the spell? The Conjure Light? Dang, this music is a jam. I don't know, let's try the Conjure Light. There we go. Okay. Right, because I used that before. I didn't use the map. And how, pray tell, did you see everything? If you recall, you testified that you only took a single step inside the inn. However, you would have needed to be within 15 feet to see my client with Conjure Light. This again? If you're going to keep treading on that one detail, then I admit it. I stepped further into the inn. I kept that out of my testimony, all because I knew that you and Tymora would use it against me. Lord Pierce! But you didn't just withhold that detail from your testimony, did you? You testified the contrary. You committed perjury, Pierce, plain and simple. And let's not stop there. For your story to be true, you would have needed to be within 15 feet of my client. According to your testimony, my client had just finished murdering her father. Wouldn't she have noticed you? If you were that close, then surely you were close enough to apprehend her. So why didn't you? Don't you have a duty to your citizens you lord over?
Dang, that's a good point.
Shut your filthy mouth. That woman was armed. I had no reason to put my life in danger.
Holding a blood-soaked sword.
I was terrified when I saw her holding that bloody sword. She just murdered a man, and I might have very well been next.
Yeah, but she left the sword inside, apparently. Due to your evidence.
But that can't be right, can it, Lord Pierce? This photo of the crime scene shows that the sword was left inside the victim's body. How could she still be wielding it if it never left the body? What? Ah, damn you, damn you! Steelwind, why aren't you saying anything? What?
Steelwind over here catching strays.
Steelwind froze. Even when I had the advantage, she always maintained her usual poise. But now she was scrambling for something to say. Nothing came to her. Lord Pierce, please calm down. How can I remain calm when this charlatan is trying to frame me? This is a complete travesty. I came here to reveal the truth and testify against that criminal. And what do I get instead? Slander from some lowly peasant. You talk about justice, but you've committed several acts of perjury to twist the outcome of this trial. You don't care about justice. You're just here to cover up your crime. You filthy little. So admit it, Pierce. You created a makeshift sword with a shaped liquid and used it to impale Flintheart. You shoved my client's sword into the wound, while the remnants of the real murder weapon melted. You thought it was the perfect crime, didn't you? Wait, what did he just say? What? Lord Pierce? My apologies, Your Honor. It's just I realized something absolutely hilarious. The defense has put forward an interesting theory, but there's one problem with it. And what's that? I think you said it yourself.
My client's sword in the wound on the remnants of the real murder weapon melted. It's a perfect crime, didn't you?
You're right. It would have been a perfect crime. Because any evidence to support that theory would have evaporated with that melted blade. What? No. He was right. Magical traces don't spread through physical contact. They're only detected on the objects they're cast on. If he used a blade of water to kill Flintheart, all the water he used to make that sword would have evaporated by now. That would mean there would be nothing left of the murder weapon. You've spun quite the tale here today, but in the end, you don't have a shred of evidence to support it, do you? You have nothing. Isn't there anything we can do? I became quiet, thinking through each piece of evidence I'd found. They all fit into place except for one piece. Tyrion? Isn't he saying anything? Is it really hopeless? Any worries she had disappeared. She probably saw the look on my face. It was familiar to her. It expressed the same quiet certainty I had every time I defeated her.
I wasn't sure how. There was something left of the murder weapon. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any traces of transmutation at the crime scene. What is this? You can glare at me all you want. It won't change the fact that you've lost. I despise people like you. You twist this kingdom's laws to serve your own ends. You trample on the lives of the people you're supposed to be serving and protecting. But as long as I'm standing in this courtroom, I will never let that happen again.
What can remain concealed?
What did I just do? I could feel my head being dragged to the ground. It felt like it was about to burst. At the same time, I felt an extreme sense of clarity. It was as if nothing could be concealed from the eye of Horus now. I can't believe that peasant pushed me this far. Once again, I saw Pierce's thoughts, but this sensation felt sharper than it usually was. I could feel his mind reacting to mine, as if it were a pond rippling around me as I stepped through it. I wondered, could I reach further in and pull something I could use? Eye of Horus. I've activated a new ability through the Eye of Horus. You can temporarily project items into the witness's mind and read their thoughts about it. These thoughts can sometimes reveal new information and grant you insight. Fill the insight gauge to proceed. I mean, I feel like we already have all of the evidence we need, because there is some water left in the victim's body. That probably did not evaporate. I don't know, try the crime scene photo. Even now, that image is still lingering in my mind. Why does it trouble me so much? He was a fool and an insurgent. What would Effie think of me now? That didn't give me anything I could use. I needed to try something else. I don't know if it would further the case, but this would be a great time for trying this. Flintheart's sister. Why am I thinking of such a thing? That piece of evidence didn't evoke any useful thoughts from him. I needed to project a piece of evidence related to murder. Darn. Oops. What if I make him think about Celeste? I can't believe Flintheart, of all people, ended up taking that monster in. How blind could he be? He didn't even know she was a mage. Is the Scaled Lord really more than a simple story? Huh? Scaled Lord. I had hoped to feign being her ally once she was convicted, but the boy ruined everything. Okay. I have no choice but to let her be executed now. Give me anything I can use. Try something else. Interdasting. Okay, well, did I try the autopsy report? Fatal wound shows heavy traces of transmutation magic. Flintheart, how did it come to this? No, he was the one who chose to spread dissidence against the crown. He should have known what would happen. If it weren't me, it would have been someone else. Give me anything I can use. I'll try the sword, why not? What an ornate sword. I wonder how a commoner came by such a thing. I should ask the Inquisition for it once the girl's convicted. Oh, darn it. I don't know, think about the Flint Heart. No, okay. Lotus juice? For all the trouble I went to, I can't believe that boy figured out which spell I used. Well, no matter. It's not as if there's any evidence that implicates me. I'm lucky that old fool had that bottle of water with him. Oh. So it was the lotus, he used the lotus juice. Okay, that does make more sense than firing from 15 feet away. But also, dang. He used the gift that he was going to use to make up with Celeste to kill him. This man needs to die. Oh! Bottle of water. That's all I needed. Well then, as riveting as this has been, I believe it's time for me to be on my way. Now wait a minute, Pierce. What is it now, you cretin? I'll say it as many times as you need to hear. There is no evidence of a liquefied weapon at the crime scene. Surprise! You're right, Pierce. If you used shape liquid on a body of water, the murder weapon would have evaporated entirely. Oh, and that's why it was sticky. Because it's not entirely water. Bravo! It seems you've finally gotten that fact through your thick head. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, Pierce. What if you didn't use shape liquid on a body of water? What if it were another type of liquid? What are you going on about? Pierce, shape liquid doesn't just work on water. It works on all kinds of liquids. There was a shattered bottle next to the body. The liquid you used to form the murder weapon, it came from that bottle, didn't it? You were probably wary of leaving evidence at the crime scene. You must have decided to use any liquid you could find there. Luckily for you, the victim was holding the perfect quantity of liquid in his hands. That begs the question, if we had someone analyze the broken pieces of this bottle, would we find traces of transmutation magic? Ha! Do you think you can bluff me? We've already established that any water I supposedly shaped would have evaporated. Except the liquid contained in this bottle wasn't water. It was tea. So, what difference does that make? A blade of ice made out of water would have evaporated entirely. But a blade of frozen tea would leave a dried residue. The tea wouldn't completely disappear. No. I wondered why there were so many traces of transmutations scattered around the crime scene. When I felt the texture of the floor, I'd thought a transmutation spell had caused some sort of chemical reaction with the wood. But the real answer was a lot simpler than that. The transmutation spell didn't alter the floor at all. It was just a stain from the spilled tea. I bet if we compared the tea residue on the floor to the residue inside the bottle, we'd find traces of transmutation on them. There's your murder weapon, Pierce. You have nowhere left to go. That's checkmate.
Bailiff, send for Orim. The Inquisition needs to analyze the crime scene at once. We need to confirm the defense's theory. The time window to detect traces of magic is closing. I have the report from the Inquisition. What does it say? The traces on the sword, the body, even the floor, they all came from tea residue. We found those same traces on the shards of the broken bottle, too. It's undeniable. Someone cast a spell on the liquid contained within that bottle. And the defendant has no such spell. Let's go! Let's freaking go. You really did it, didn't you? Why? As if someone like you would ever understand. Understand? You murdered my dad. Murdered? Murdered? I murdered her. I can't believe it. She's dead. Her smile, her beautiful voice. It's all gone. I deserve death. Stop this nonsense. Father, you're grieving, but it will pass. She was only a commoner. Oh, Father, I loved her, and I killed her. Garrick, you sweet, innocent child. Flowers may be beautiful and bring you joy, but do you call it murder when you accidentally step on one? These people, these peasants, they may resemble us, but you know deep in your heart that they aren't like us. What? We have the Scaled Lord's favor, and they do not. They were created to serve us, to be utilized by those of us who matter. Father, so don't fret so much over a simple commoner. By next month, you'll have completely forgotten about that wretched thing. How could I have been so blind? He was a simple flower, nothing but a worthless peasant. They're all just peasants, all of them. Is it murder to protect my kingdom? Is it murder to pull weeds before they blight my land? That fool of a man was spreading poison, and I did my duty by removing him. You're a monster. I'm a nobleman, a chosen vessel of the Scaled Lord's will. You are all nothing. Do you honestly think you can indict me? My word carries more power than 100 of yours. Bailiff, escort Pierce to a holding cell. Steelwind? First-degree murder is punishable by execution, Lord Pierce. I suggest you remain silent, lest you incriminate yourself further. You can't be serious. You, of all people, must understand the position I was in. Your father knows what it takes to maintain order. If not for me... Shut your insidious mouth. I will never understand your sick, disgusting mind. I'd rather slit my own throat. Well, what are you all waiting for? Take him away. Yes, take him away at once. I can't believe it. We actually won. Tyrion, I know, Celeste. Tyrion. Teary-eyed, she threw her arms around me, embracing me tightly. I just stood there wide-eyed, looking toward the gallery members who were staring at us. I was unsure of where to put my hands. That was remarkable.
Miss Timora. I'll be honest. When I realized that the murder weapon had evaporated, I thought that the case was over. You did a great job of turning that around. It was just luck. If he'd used water, things would have ended very differently. It had nothing to do with luck. Not this time.
No, it really did. That was lucky. I mean, if they hadn't found the murder traces, or the magic traces, then it'd still be guilty until proven innocent.
You were able to deduce which liquid he used, and you did it just by looking at a few shards of broken glass. I knew your deductive skills were good, but that was incredible. It wasn't just a deduction, though. I did something with the Eye of Horus today. Something I'd never done before. I had an amazing ability, but I was starting to realize that I knew next to nothing about it. If I wanted to use it effectively, I needed to learn more. You're all quite lively. There's no need for such hostility, though I wouldn't expect any less from the Hound of the Eye Taker.
Concern. The Hound of the Eye Taker. And then there was that little nightmare thing earlier. Somebody found Tyrion?
What did she mean by that?
I glanced at Miss Timora, but she avoided eye contact with me. It was subtle, but her posture stiffened, and her brow clenched ever so slightly. I couldn't see any thoughts through the Eye of Horus. I must admit, I was hoping to test my mind against yours directly. However, your protégé proved to be a worthy adversary. Is this some kind of game to you? You almost condemned an innocent girl to death. The courts operate by having two powers of opposition. When those powers are balanced, justice prevails, just like it did today. Your victory today was just the system working as intended. Huh. Working as intended? You know very well our system only exists to protect your people. You can act as sanctimonious as you want. That doesn't change that with each passing day, your father butchers more and more innocents. I know. But I'm not my father. I walk a different path. I know you have no reason to believe me, so I'll let my actions speak for me. I look forward to doing battle with you again, Tyrion Cuthbert. Steelwind, why did you arrest Pierce at the end of the trial? I don't understand. He was right in a way. You didn't need to do that.
He openly admitted to first-degree murder. Why wouldn't I have him arrested?
Never mind then. I'm also looking forward to facing you again.
Good. I hope to see you soon.
I still couldn't tell what she was thinking, even with the Eye of Horus. She definitely wasn't the bloodthirsty killer that her father was.
Well, that kind of killed the mood, didn't it? Not at all. I think we should celebrate. What are you thinking? There's this high-class restaurant in the upper quarter of Rathome. They usually only serve nobles, but they let anyone in if they have enough gold.
Wait, do we have enough gold?
I have some connections with the staff there. Don't worry about it. These last 2 days marked the beginning of my journey into the world of law and magic. Our justice system was broken, rotting from the inside, but I had a voice now. I would never stop fighting. With my skills in the Eye of Horus, I knew nothing could stop me. Or at least, that's what I'd hoped. Huh? This feeling, I know it. His radiant soul is finally ripe for the reaping. Even this small speck of time has felt like an eternity. Can't wait any longer. I can't wait to see that wretched light drain from his eyes. Oh no. What the? Lloyd von Sanctus. William, please, I implore you. I know you're excited, but don't you think we're moving far too quickly? Duke. Age 45. Arcane art. Abjuration. Head of House von Sanctus and the Duke of Commerce. His noble house is one of the 4 pillar families. His family is responsible for managing trade and commerce throughout Wyverngard. Nonsense. Everything has been going according to plan. William Frege, Duke, age 62, Arcane art Conjuration. Head of House Frege and the Duke of Finance. His noble house is one of the 4 pillar families and responsible for tax collection and the exchange of resources. House Frege owns and controls every banking house in Wyverngard. Lloyd von Sanctus shifted nervously, his rat-like posture practically shuddering. William Frege, on the other hand, only seemed bothered by Lloyd's incessant chittering. They both held the status of Duke, but only William wore it rather than the other way around. I have advocated for the Arcurians more than anyone else. I haven't had enough time to look into them. The Arcurians are an efficient yet simple folk. The only thing they care about is filling their coffers, and I'm quite proficient in that language. And what of the Grand General? Who do you think pays for all of his soldiers? You may be able to get to the ground forces, but his extended family is something else entirely. If you threaten them like this, they will respond in kind. Loyalty can be bought, the same as any other commodity. Every house has a weak link. It's only a matter of time before I find his. William, enough! This meeting is an opportunity for us to finally pull the Minister of Justice to our side. I will not squander it. We will take Wyverngard from Lucio today. Grow a spine while you're at it. You're a duke, for crying out loud. Lloyd just exhaled deeply as he followed William to the meeting room. Coraline. Oh, they've arrived. Occupation Duchess, age 38. The head of House Sybil and the Minister of Justice. Her noble house is one of the 4 pillar families and is the most powerful of them. Her family has managed the judicial and legislative branches of Wyverngard's government for generations. Age 38, Arcane art Divination. See, you had nothing to worry about, Your Grace. The orb, yes, let us ponder the orb. Remus Virgiliae. Virgile. Royal Advisor. It seemed that the Minister of Justice and the High Speaker had already arrived. Coraline Sybil and Theon Arceus were the most powerful people in this room, in theory. They represented the justice system and the church, respectively, but both of their heads were always in the clouds. Their dispositions made them more akin to cattle that could be distracted and coaxed with shiny trinkets. Coraline was also always ruminating about fate and the cosmos. She'd often confuse astrology with philosophy. Leon was blinded by his obsession with the Scaled Lord and his stories. William was almost certain that his noble house had written half of those stories.
Ah, I was worried that something had befallen your convoy.
High speaker, age 81, arcane art none.
I've been praying to the Scaled Lord for your safety.
Devout leader of the Church of Bahamut. I don't think I've ever met anyone who reveres the Scaled Lord as much as he does. So I take it Bahamut is the Scaled Lord? Remus Virgiliae, or Virgile.
You two are late.
A mysterious lord who appears to be close to the royal family. Apparently, he's the royal advisor to the King of Wyverngard. I wonder why I've never heard of him before.
Totally not evil, by the way.
We'd never have an evil royal advisor. No, that never happens.
From the looks of it, we're not the only ones. Would the Grand General not be asked to show up? It's because of his foolishness that we've gathered.
That's not entirely true.
Really? And what of his recent bloodbath in the countryside? Word on the grapevine says that his men tossed a clergyman from the top of a bell tower. The man is so bloodthirsty, we should check his pantry for the children he's slaughtered.
William,
we have assembled here to discuss the lack of unity between the four pillars. Unity? Spare me. House Frege, House von Sanctus, and House Sybil are closer than they've ever been. The Steelwinds are the odd one out. Unity requires trust, and he has done nothing but spill the blood of the people we've trusted him to protect.
His recent actions have been excessive. No one here is disputing that.
My dear Duchess, his excess has merchants refusing to move caravans through the countryside. The commoners are crying for justice and turning to insurrection, something that the Grand General is supposed to be putting a stop to. The other nations whisper about us like we're a barbarian state dressed in fancy robes.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're not?
Trade has slowed. The Scaled Lord teaches that prosperity is a covenant between every man in Wyverngard. House Steelwind carries the burden of protecting Wyverngard's borders. As mishandled as these situations have been, he's not massacring these villages for his own amusement.
Could have fooled me.
A leader wins respect and loyalty. He doesn't hold his people hostage. Mark my words, if this bloodshed continues, the commoners will revolt. These recent insurrections are just the start, and this will only continue if we allow Lucio's daughter to take the throne.
No, I mean, she is like the opposite of him. Well, maybe not the opposite, but she is completely different.
If we're discussing Lady Steelwind's marriage to the Crown Prince, surely he should be a part of this meeting as well.
Please, what can that bright-eyed boy contribute to this conversation? The only thing he's good for is holding fundraisers and cutting red ribbons.
William, he's the heir to the throne.
Come now, the true rulers of Wyverngard are all assembled in this room.
I'll admit, the House of Lords has received more petitions against Lucio than any other general in Wyverngard's history.
The church has also been unable to collect as many tithes as before. Even the most faithful are asking whether the scaled lord... Oh my God.
Excuse me. The dog was barking at something.
Even the most faithful are asking whether the scaled lord would support such cruelty. Their faith is faltering. This cannot be allowed to continue. Oh. Oh. Oh, look who finally decided to show up. I know I'm late. I was caught in a debrief. I find this gathering to be pointless anyway.
Grand General, age 66. Arcane art evocation. Or evocation.
How dare you, Grand General? Have you no sense of respect?
What use would respect be to ones who can't command it? Will you demand my respect, Master of Abjuration?
Well, I...
Leave him alone, Lucio. We were just discussing your recent catastrophe in the countryside. From what I've heard, the death toll has been astronomical. Did you beat your record? If you have something to say, then say it plainly, Frege. House Frege would like to move to have the Steel Ones stripped of their authority and control of Wyverngard's military. Lloyd, Coraline, and the Church agree with me on this matter. Is that so?
I mean, we of House Von Sanctus stand with House Frege on this matter. I'm sorry, Lucio, but it's difficult to argue against what the reports have been saying. I will bring this matter to the House of Lords. We'll hold a vote.
Then the House of Lords should know about what my agents have discovered. The Eastern Kingdoms have joined the Union.
What? Surely this can't be true.
It is. I'm sure the Ordo Australis will be announcing it publicly within the week.
Thank you so much.
Wyverngard is now the only nation in the world that hasn't joined their alliance. Correct. The only thing acting as a deterrent to our enemies is the high evocation magic of House Steelwind. Do you think the House of Lords will be willing to oust the most powerful war mages from our ranks?
Lucio.
Now, if you're done gnashing your teeth, William, I have to meet with the rest of my house. We'll need to prepare in case the Luminites become bold enough to bring war to the western border. Lucio, wait!
Damn it all. Since when were those Orientals so friendly with the Ordo Australis? I can't believe the Luminites would suffer the company of those mud-eating savages. Actually, their culture is very rich. I, for one, quite enjoy many of them.
Straight to the gulag.
Shut up, Lloyd. We'll need to expedite our plans. What? Get the Arcarians on the line. I will have words with them. You have business with Arcaris?
We're brokering a trade deal. I'm sure the House of Lords will be seeing it soon.
It seems the cosmos is in our favor, then. They're the only ally we have left. Stay safe, Coraline. You too, Lloyd.
Please tell me these stories aren't true. Lucio! You already know the answer, Your Grace.
How could you?
I thought you never got involved in matters of the state.
People are dying, Lucio. Children are dying under your watch.
Do you truly think me capable of such atrocities, Your Grace? If you do, then strike me down now. You have the power to do so. Huh? So is Remus even more powerful than him? Or is it just he has the authority? But then, I wonder, are they just rumors about the Steel Winds, or about Lucio Steelwind in particular? What is he doing? You know I won't do that, Lucio. Then stay out of my way. What has become of all of you? Man, maybe the Royal Advisor isn't evil? That would be a twist. He's not evil. He's like the only good guy. Oh, well. Pierce, you have a visitor. Steelwind's brat again. I'm in no mood for another sanctimonious lecture. One more cutscene, chapter done. Yeah, figured. Or I hoped it didn't go on too much longer. My voice is dying. Oh, Jolene. Gary. Jolene. Time has not been kind to you. Excuse you. I'll have you know that I still get mistaken for 20 everywhere I go. Yeah, she don't look too bad. That's all I'm gonna say. She don't look too bad. I suppose some things never change. Let's get on with it then. But go on. Yell at me. Curse at me. I doubt anyone would lift a finger if you opened the cell and beat me half to death. So, do it. I forgive you. What? I forgive you for killing my husband, Garrick. Have you lost your mind? You think I feel any remorse? You think I'm still that weak child? I just don't have the energy for it. I saw what resentment did to my husband. It festered inside of him like an infection. I'm the only family Celeste has left. If only you knew where she really came from. I want to know. I mean, I have a theory, but I'd like to know for certain. I don't need to. She's reckless, stubborn, and a little spoiled, too. She takes after me in a lot of ways. And she takes a little too much after her father. But she's a good person. She's the kindest person I've ever known. And I'm proud to call her my daughter. And you're a fool. Gary, Lindhart didn't blame you for what happened to Effie. That's a lie. All he ever did was blame me. He didn't blame you until you shut yourself away in your manor. We were all in so much pain over what happened, and you abandoned us. And you expect me to apologize for that? Effie always loved that spell. What? Do you remember how she'd dance in the lake while you shaped the water around her feet? She thought that spell was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. That person died a long time ago. Effie? Or you? Effie? Or you? You're a weed. Excuse me? That's all you are, Jolene. A wilting weed on the road.
waiting to be trampled over by this cold, wretched world. Do you think yourself virtuous for spewing out such empty platitudes? Admit it. You hate me. You despise me. If you could stomach it, you'd climb into this cell and plunge a blade into my chest, just like I did to your husband. No. Right now, I only feel sorry for you. I never thought you were weak. You were the kindest person I knew. I miss that man, but you're right. He's gone now. Good luck with your trial, Garrick. Huh. I don't need luck. With my connections, I'll be out of this cell by week's end. Ah. I'll show you. I'll show all of you. Your daughter will be of use to me yet.
Well, that's ominous. Cold-hearted aristocrat completed. Oh. So... Wait, is this the start of Chapter 2? Or Case 2? Or is this another cutscene? Like an epilogue thing? This is Chapter 2? Okay. Well, then I should stop here for today. Thank you. Alright. Good stuff. Oh yeah, episode 2 on Imperial Kitchen, or Academy Kitchen. We got some ominous remarks and stuff for last time. Or chapter 2 for the new game. Ooh. Yeah, it did give me the option for that before. Oh well, I'll just save it there anyway. How many save slots are there? 10? Okay. Because why not? Oh yeah, I don't know if I should... what the heck, I'll look at these pictures. Oh. Well, there's that lady that's been looking for him. Oh, you're approaching me? He's doing the JoJo. He's approaching her. Text log. I ship them so hard. What is going on here? Oh, is that his attorney's magic stone? What are they doing to it? Having a party. Oh. I don't know if I should have looked at that one. Actually... Wait. No, wait, is that that girl? I don't know. It's too late now. But yeah. Running away from Orym. What is he holding? Is that... It's not a gun, is it? Looks like a bottle, almost. Why is he chasing after them holding a bottle? But yeah, the drawings are quite cute. Tyrion's there out of breath. But yeah, that's where I'll end it for today. And I will plan to pick this up next Sunday again. We'll start episode 2. That was some good stuff. I was not expecting the feels, but the feels hit me pretty hard there. And yeah, just overall pretty good. Next week's Easter. Oh, that's right, Easter. Well then, I might not stream that day, so... it might be 2 weeks until I do the next stream of this. Yeah. But yeah, I liked it. It was fun. So, let's see. Plan for this week is tomorrow, more Honkai 3rd, get into chapter 40. Tuesday, I plan to start card NCL and continue that Thursday, and then Friday, Rails from Zero. Wait a minute, what? I'm looking at the achievements for this. It says, successfully complete a cross-examination. 1.7% of players have this achievement. But then it says, complete case 1. 72% of players have this achievement. What? What in the world? Oh, it's a new achievement. Okay. Okay, that explains. That is sort of funny, though. It's like, wait, these people made it through chapter 1 without completing a cross-examination? Only 5? Oh, yeah, there's 8 achievements now. 1 for each case. I did see somebody was saying about they added stuff, like more, they added some more stuff to scenes or something at some point. So I wasn't sure what that was about, but yeah. I guess that's from after they added other stuff as well. So, anyway. None of yours new released. Yeah. I don't know what they supposedly added or what, or, well, and I'm not sure when you played it. You only played it like a few weeks ago, so that might have been after they added that stuff. Well, but you said that you didn't have the achievements before, so I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, in the meantime, if anybody's interested in my social medias, there's links for Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube there in the chat. You can always find those in the About section of my Twitch or underneath the socials banner. For anybody watching the VOD on YouTube, if you're ever interested in watching live, there will be a link in the video description to my Twitch. Like I said, I plan to continue this on Sunday afternoons, but probably not this coming Sunday because Easter, and I should be going somewhere for Easter. So, thank you all for being here. Hope you all have a great rest of your weekend, have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. And I'll see you around. Bye-bye.